Alright. Looks like we are back. Well, I am anyway. So yeah, did you miss me? Well, of course, to those of you who are already here, Lou, hello, Brad, hello. That's pretty much going to be it, isn't it? Ain't going to be a huge number of people floating around. Let's go live chat. There we go. Waiting for glue to dry on some headstock veneers. The most exciting thing in the world. And from Brad, we got, found a failed via the size of a grain of dust on this PC3X that I missed during a recap. Oh, ouch. Seriously, some of those boards, like, you're complaining about vias when you're doing your, your PCB and that. How many are on, like, those things? Vias, like, every, 100 of them every, square centimeter almost. It's absolutely insane. So, yeah, speaking of things that have failed... First up, I got a JCM 900. So this is a 4102. Yeah, 4102, so 212 100-watt combo version. Apparently it's been repaired previously, and we can see that we've got a cap flopping around in the breeze here. There's some caps that have been replaced down here as well, but the form factor is completely wrong, and they're the wrong size, so they're just flapping around. I already removed the little undersized rectifier from the low voltage supply there whilst during my initial testing. And yeah, I'll be uprating that. But this is one of those situations where this is, like the old TV show House, it's never lupus, except that one time that it was. It's the same with amps. You go on any group and my amp, my amp's not working. What can it be? It's the transformer, is it? And the first thing, yeah, it's transformer. It's always transformer. Every single idiot on his random Facebook groups and all the rest of that, all about, it's a transformer. It's always a transformer. And then people replace it like, that didn't fix it. Oh, what do you know? It was something more simple. Well, in this instance, this actually is the transformer. So the transformers in these things are known to fail. Not even a sticker on there. Yeah. So the old diagonals, all that jazz. Ugh. They tend to go short. When they do, they've got to basically go in the bin. No point in rewinding or anything else like that. They're a crap transformer. They tend to die. So I've got to get a new transformer in there, which will end up going for a, a Hammond, because I'm in Australia. Not many options for this kind of stuff unless people are willing to either wait forever for me to do about, 9 amps all in one go and order a bunch of transformers that way. So I've got to go with Hammond, which, they've been pretty solid over the years. They do for most things, and it's good now they actually do one for these because so many have died. So, yeah, this one will get a new transformer, but I figured while I'm here, I've got to change out the caps and the likes anyway. I'll do some of that work while I'm here and then move on to some other amps, but I kind of show people why and how, the transformers died and sort of testing them to confirm. And yeah, my ex had lupus. Yeah, or should I say has. Yeah, because that could be interpreted one of two ways. Either A, your ex no longer exists, or she somehow miraculously got cured of lupus. Jim, howdy. We're talking about Egnator. No, we are not in this instance, although they're also another famous one that just the Chinese suppliers, man, they underrated shit and they wanted to cut a couple of pennies off the thing. You gotta always try and hammer them, and unfortunately Bruce's good name got besmirched by that whole headache of a thing. Thankfully now it's pretty well sorted. I don't think it's been a problem now for 10 years or something on them. I don't know. Whatever. Right, so, as I was saying before, this one has a cactus power transformer. It's a pretty common thing to happen on these, the old JCM 900s. They had a diagonal transformer in there that tends to go short. So the customer brought it in, and he said, I've got, it was working, and then, it was a rehearsal played, and noticed that the light went out, and then nothing happened. Opened it up, checked it out. There was a fuse in there that had gone completely cactus, completely burnt through. It had gone pop. And because it was on the mains fuse, the HT, none of that had gone. Kind of says that there's probably something going wrong on that kind of first half of the circuit. So, you know, maybe around where the rectifier is or something like that. But of course, being a JCM 900, the possibility exists that it's a transformer. So I checked to make sure there wasn't just like a short in the rectifier on that there. Pulled the rectifier, still was having high current draw. Pulled out the tubes, made sure there was nothing there, still high current draw. I disconnected the taps on the transformer, so I've desoldered them there. The only thing that's still connected on there is the heater lines, because the heater lines just go in parallel across the sockets, and they're actually not connected to anything once the tubes are out, so they're not like feeding a secondary supply or anything along those lines. So in that instance, I should, if I've got absolutely nothing connected onto those parts there, when I power up my Variac, I should get 3 watts or so, 3 to 5 watts, which is the energizing current of the transformer itself. However, that's not the case, right? So everything's off here. The power switch is on. There's nothing connected to the transformer except for those heater filaments which are connected to no tubes, right? Transformer is currently on 0. Should be able to just see up here in the right-hand corner the power reading, right? So that's currently measuring how many watts. On we go. So there's the energizing current there, right? Now if I turn this up just a wee bit, right? I'm up at about 10 volts. And I'm already pulling almost 10 watts. So there's a dead short there. There is something that is going on that transformer. It is cactus. That's kind of the easiest way to check whether there is something up with the transformer in these instances. You disconnect the secondaries, power up on a Variac, or if you've got a current limiter, you use that. If it lights up, well, then there's something wrong. Because all the transformer is just... Here's a winding of coil in, light and active there, wraps around the core, back out through the neutral, all right? So that's passing through there, and it's reflecting onto the other side, which the other side is supposed to be your, your other lines, all right? So you got, say for example, one line there, going through there. If there's nothing connected on this side, that means that there's basically no current that can flow through there, because what happens on one side is reflected on the other. If you've got no load on this side, well, you got no load theoretical on this side, so you'll only get like the most bare minimum of energizing current through there. Now, say for example, if you've got a short on this side, and instead of it like being open on both ends, but internally there's like, a bridge across some of the connections inside of the transformer, suddenly that becomes a dead short, reflects as a dead short on this side. Also could be a case of there being like a a dead short on this side of the transformer, which could just basically mean that like those, the active and neutral are almost pretty much touching and bypassing the transformer there. So if it's not going around the transformer, it's not going to be needing to reflect onto the other side, and so on and so forth. And that's how we know we've got a bad transformer. Hopefully that's sort of relatively simple enough, and obviously anyone who comes across this video, that's how you check it. That's how you test it. Don't just randomly guess. You're not really going to be able to check it with like a multimeter, unless you're doing like a primary to secondary test and to see whether you've got a short between those, because sometimes you can get a short between a primary and secondary, which is definitely not what you want. You get a short between primary and secondary, and boom. Also, if you get like a short between, say for example, one of the primaries and the casing, which is ground, but that'll typically trip an RCD or something if you're in a country like Australia. So that means this one needs a new transformer, which I'll get on the order today. I'll get that from Vatco, our local guys, because they're the only ones that do discounts on transformers here. What I'm also going to do is I'm just going to check to see whether maybe there is actually a short between the primaries and secondaries there. Brad, there was an O when I paid the bill for getting the transformer replaced. Yeah, Bruce had nothing to do with that shit show. Unfortunately, they had the license to use his name. Yeah. I need to dull my Tweaker 40 or just sell it since I have other amps now. Too bright. Turn the treble down. There you go. You know, they're not necessarily an overly bright amp. It just depends on kind of how the drive is on there. It's the same as anything though. You can always tweak like the presence control or something like that. Knock a little bit of the gain out. Knock a little bit of the treble out earlier in the stages. Was that? No. I'm waiting on a Watsy to come pick up deliveries. So, all right. So if we go connect there, go on yeti knee bastard. Cool. I said. Get on them. My parrot clips are well and truly worn. I need to replace them with something. These things are a brilliant concept, but they don't last. Alright, so what do we got? So we got here. That's open. That's open. 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 Cool. So it's not a primary to secondary short that we got on this one. It would just be some kind of internal short. She's dead, Jim. She's dead. Now what I do want to do, though, is I want to replace this absolute just schmozzle of a job that's been done here. Let's just zoom right in. Thank you. So, this is crap. This is shit work. This is what happens when someone doesn't do the job right, and instead of going, hey, you know what, I'll order in the right part, or I'll do something like that, or even figure out a way to properly attach the capacitor to the board in a way that doesn't flop around in the breeze, sometimes you've got to do that. This isn't what happened. And apparently this came from quite a large repairer of amplifiers and speakers here in Sydney. I can only go by what the customer says. I can't say it's directly them. They've got one of their test and tags things on the back of the amp. If it was them, I'd be highly disappointed. It's obviously, somebody has done this work and they've used only the finest J-Car and Wes components out there. You know, anyone who's in Sydney knows that when you get caps and you're getting something like that, Jamicons are going to come from Wes. And if they're like Hitano or something like that, they probably come from J-Car. Just junk, crap, absolute, just, yeah. Really doesn't cost that much extra to just get brand name proper caps. Like, seriously, it is not that hard. Yeah, so this one, it's a 33 at 450 on that one there, so that's providing filtration for the nodes on the 12AX7s and the preamp. And these ones over this side, there we go, these are providing filtration for the low voltage supply, because the JCM 900 is, I mean, let's be honest, it's a hybrid amp. It's not a full tube amp. They sound great, and there's nothing wrong with a hybrid amp. However, half the signal path is op amps. You know, they get a lot of that. They've also got clipping from diodes to get that high gain kind of tone. Yeah, so, you know, it's just one of those unfortunate things where people buy them and they go, oh, old tube. There's nothing wrong with a bit of solid state in the componentry there. It's just these ones are obviously from an era when Marshall were kind of struggling, and a lot of companies of that era, you know, were trying to use fewer tubes because they were harder to get. You know, there's a reason why these amps shipped with 5881s initially, because they couldn't get good quality EL34s anymore. They'd put them in the amp and they'd break in transit or whatever. That's why, like, the US spec amps have a slightly different bias supply in the JCM 800s and similar, because they'd ship them over there and they'd put 6550s in the amps, because there was still stock of 6550s over there and the EL34s weren't making the journey over the sea. Suntan and Jamicon. Jamicon's a B tier cap. They're okay. They're actually pretty solid. Hitano and like the Suntan, no, that's like D grade tier. But yeah. So this one is going to get some nice capacitors. Also going to replace the two LCR caps, of course, because the old blue ones in here, whilst they're pretty solid and they're pretty reliable, well past their, you know, their expiry date. These obviously shipped brand new with the amp, and they need to just go bye-bye. They need to be replaced with some nice, new, shiny, modern ones. Ugh. There. And let's see what I got here in the parts buckets that I still have yet to actually sort out. There's those. 50 and 50. There we go. Nice. That's got a bit wider. A mate of mine has started giving JVMs and DSL-40s with conductive PCBs. Yes, that's Paco, wasn't he? He was the one who came across the conductive JVMs. Absolute nightmares. It might just be me, but I can't seem to find a sound I like from that amp. They're a great amp. They sound really good. It's one of those things where it depends on what tone you're after from it, but you know, there's a lot of stuff that's going to interact in there. You're going to have your guitar, you're going to have your your pedals or whatever else you got on there, whether you're in the room, whether you're in the mic, and even something as simple as how your head is in line with the speaker. That's a big thing. If you tilt the amp back and point it straight at your head, that's going to sound way different than if it's just like on the ground pointing towards your knees. Mark, how's it going? Paco got one too, didn't he? Yeah, he did. He sort of made that post about it and said, hey, yeah, I found JVM that had conductive boards. So it might be where they're sourcing them from or something. You know? It's weird. But yeah, got some nice shiny caps here. So these are tube amp Dr. ones. I like these ones. They're a bit taller than the F&Ts I used to get, but it kind of actually works in these amps because these ones had quite tall caps, same with a lot of others. So they look a little bit more like the originals. Yeah, tube amp Doctor to do some good stuff. Except F&T now is no longer F&T, it's Merson, because the company got the two companies merged and then they became Merson F&T, and they started rebranding all the caps Merson. That's MERSEN. So I'll change those out. And I'll also change out these. So 1,000 at 35, 1,000 at 35. Okay, so they've changed the caps. They've also changed the values of them as well, because that's not what they shipped with originally. Oh my god, some of these people. Alright, so I need a 33 at 500 or similar. What have we got here? Tube amp Doctor 33, there we go. 33 at 500 in the parts bin. So, you know, today, what am I going to be working on today? So I've got this thing that I've got to fix up here for customer. I'll get it all prepped for the transformer. Transformer will be easy to swap out. I have that. I have a Fender Blues Junior 3, which of course leaky caps and had some bad tubes, so that'll get changed out, upgraded, get some good quality bits and pieces in there. Line 6 Power Cab 112 with a Dickey display on there, so the display is going a bit funky and not doing what it needs to. What's it? Classic 30 I've got to finish repairing, so that one's got a busted pot that I had to put a new, what's he in there? A new stupid bloody proprietary pot that for some reason PV insisted on using for many, many years. Got to start prepping a Juno 106 because the voices for that should arrive today. I had some sent out, but they went missing before I went out on holiday. So I wonder when IC will be renamed CDE. Well, IC have been owned by Cornell Dublier for years. They keep them as a separate company for separate things. CDE caps are their own brand. It's as those of us who know, you know, IC caps aren't that bad. Fender's IC caps are bad because they go for the absolute cheapest, nastiest chunks of shit that they can. You know, they spec'd an extra 2 cents. That's it, you know, like an extra 2 cents, they probably would have been okay. But no, they didn't want to do that. Okay. Look at that, globules of stuff. So the nice thing about the JCM 900s, at least, is that they were smart enough to put a bracket on the board there to keep them all together. However, the flip side of that, of course, is this whole PCB is still flexing on those pots. There's no actual mechanical connections to it. So I see they let both you guys out of Japan. Yeah, and I'm wanting to go back there badly already. Seriously, come back to Australia and it's just like, oh, great. In the time since I left Sydney to go to Japan and then come back, 2 of my closest competitors went out of business because of how bad things are in Sydney at the moment. Rents on everything, on various things I have, has gone up. People are spending a lot less. My biggest customers right now are people in the US. No one's walking into the shop at the moment, and it is struggle city. The missus and I were actually sitting there last night looking at Akias out in the Inaka. Just move out in the middle of nowhere. To hell with it. Just go out there and live some random place. All right, let's get some stuff happening. Where's me? There it is. Desoldering braid. So Japan isn't like Florida. Not really, no. There's, there are a bunch of ridiculous right-wing despots that run the country. However, you don't have to worry about someone on bath salts coming up and trying to tickle the underside of your nutsack. So that's a plus, I suppose. Go on vacation, leave on probation. That's hilarious. I like that. Now it's time for the magical powers of Florida Man. That's actually a job for the salt sucker first. Yeah, seriously, no one is buying anything right now, and it is just, unfortunately, we're all being absolutely hammered by, the wonderful global wealthy mofos that are destroying everything in the name of profit and making life difficult for everyone. So what's the first thing that goes when people are, being affected by all that kind of stuff? All the niceties. No one's spending money on getting a new guitar. No one's sending their kids to music lessons. No one's going out for dinner. They're, they're trying to get by. They're trying to scrape together what they can to pay rent. They're trying to put, fuel in the car because we have such poor bloody public transportation. They're trying to survive in the hopes that maybe things will get better when, at this rate, it probably won't. Hell, here I am. I'm in like the center of Sydney's live music scene, where all the venues are, or all the bands are, or all of that kind of stuff is. And I'm doing less now in the shop than when I was in Campbelltown, which is a low socio-economic area in Sydney. It's like one of the lowest. Never thought that would actually be a thing that could happen, but hey, here we are. Cool. Wait, I just bought a guitar and 3 pedals. Then you might have been one of my customers, because the only stuff that I'm selling right now is going to the US. Legitimately. In the last week, I've sold 3 guitars. 2 of them went to the US, and 1 of them went up to Queensland. Weak Australian dollar is great in that regard, but, unfortunately, there's just nobody walking in and trying things out and doing the things. Come on, you out of the way. Come on. There we go. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Come on. There we go. Protect the pads by going out through the back side of it instead of trying to bend them over and finagle on that side, cut them short on the other side, and rocking and a-rolling. All right. A little bit of solder there just to clean up the pads. Yep. Oh, it's raining outside at the moment. A little bit of a sprinkle. Just got a message from the missus. This morning when I left the house, there was an injured pigeon out on our doorstep. I was kind of sad, and obviously it's been attacked by a cat or something. And the missus has apparently gone outside this morning because it's her day off today, and there's no pigeon there, so it's probably off on its way, and unknown how it shall be, unfortunately. That's why our cats are indoor animals. They do not go outside because it's bad for them and it's bad for the environment. Shipping a guitar to and from the US, Australia has got to be pretty expensive these days. Weak Australian dollar, our favour. Like I've got a corporate account, so I can with how much I ship and all the rest of that. Well, how much I did ship. So if I go from here, to the US, shipping a guitar, whether it's in case or whatever else, about $250. So $250, and that's getting from here to there. I've got insurance, which I got through my insurance company. All the stuff I send is through that. And yeah, so when the Aussie dollar is at like 65 cents to the US dollar, I get, I've got a Reverb store that's just dedicated to selling in the US. The pricing's all in US dollars because I've got a US bank account. All the shipping prices incorporated into there because that's kind of it's just the easier way of doing it. In Australia, shipping a guitar is a nightmare. So, Alex, with regards to Sendle, I've got a Sendle account. I only use it for sending small things because it is the most expensive way to send a guitar. If I send a guitar via Sendle, say for example from here to Melbourne, it's about $40. If I send the same thing via my corporate Interparcel account, it's about $23. Big difference. But say for example, when I was selling new stuff, someone would come along and buy like a $300 guitar online and then expect free shipping to some random remote location, and you have to eat it because all the big guys do it. So you sell a $400 guitar, you make if you're lucky, $60 on it, and then you've got to incorporate your shipping into it. Hence the reason why I don't do it anymore. It's a nightmare. I bought 3 guitars from Europe. The shipping wasn't bad, $100 give or take. Yeah, Europe's a bit easier because Europe has, it basically goes via road across to one of the international ports and then goes from there over to the east coast of the US and then gets unloaded and goes via road as well. In Australia, however, for anything to go from here to the US, it's got to go all via air or via sea. If it goes via air, obviously it's more expensive, so... Yeah, Interparcel's good. Send me a message. I'll hook you up on that because with how many I send amps and everything as well. And when I send like a big massive amp or a big massive thing like palletized, I can send I sent 2 half stacks down to a dude in Melbourne palletized. It was about $120. It's easy. What was it doing? That's right. So they're done there. Let's get rid of these. Mofu, Mama Jammers. Desoldering gun on. Yeah, the US dollar being strong is a big plus. Japan, the yen is getting even weaker. However, when it comes to instruments, they're kind of switched on in that they realized a lot of people are buying from overseas, so they've priced a lot of stuff to be in line with international prices. Nobody local's buying them, however, as a result of that, and the online price of people were buying them to get stuff shipped internationally and get kind of bargains. Less of that is happening. The stuff, like when I was over there just recently, I picked up a couple of things. There was more I could have gotten, but cash flow related matters. But it wasn't like a couple of years ago when you'd go over there and you'd find like a guitar you could sell for $3,000 for like $800. Gone are those days. It's all gone. Okay, what have I got in the queue for guitars to prep for sale? I've got an 80s fretless jazz bass, Japanese one. I got a JV serial jazz bass special, so the Duff McKagan bass, before it was the jazz bass special. So when Fender got sold to Bill Schultz and that sort of group of people, what ended up happening was obviously they got sold. They had no factory, so that was like almost a year of no Fender US production. It was all Japanese. So what they did was they took some Japanese existing models, rebadged them and started selling them in the US. And they kept doing it afterwards. So like the Contemporary Series models and Boxer Series models were rebadged for the US market. In amongst them was the PJ 555, which was known as the PJ bass, as they called them. And they rebadged it as the Jazz Bass Special, put an E serial on the headstock, and started selling them that way. The original ones, however, were made in '84, sold in the Japanese market, and had the JV serial number on there. So someone online will want a JV serial Duff McKagan bass, and they'll get a pretty good solid sort of deal on it. And they'll pay all the extra money because it's got that serial number on it, even though they kept making them identically for many, many years. Alrighty. Make sure the gun's nice and clean. One day I'll let this thing retire. One day. Today, however, is not that day. So that would take money with which I do not have. Come here. Come here. Oh, come here. There we go. Alright. There we go. On there. Sweet. Alright. Gun's clean. Nice. Ba, 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 ba. Well, at least on the plus side, they haven't completely balked up the pads, which is nice. Normally when people do this kind of work and they do it so badly, they end up destroying the pads. And then I got to run wire and Kynar and all that kind of stuff. Which is, I was working on an Suzuki Omnicord the other day. That was something that happened. Someone went by and completely decimated the pads. Oh my god, like, they replaced the power amp chip in there, which is a pretty common failure point. And when they did, they destroyed all the pads. So I had to go through and use Kynar wire to actually redo all of the traces as best I could. And thankfully, there was a mechanical connection with that IC on the board, or else I would have had to have done some pretty drastic type stuff. Greco JB in your reverb shop looks cool. More authentic than made in Mexico, yeah. Actually, that one's sold. I got to take that down, actually. I had some integrations with my stock levels and all the rest of that, but apparently it's broken and I got to fix it again. But yeah, some of the Greco stuff is pretty solid. The main problem is with Fender is that they're just shit these days. Their products are terrible. Like, they're built awful. Their QC is non-existent across the entire portfolio. What the hell? What on earth is going on there? Huh. Check this out. I've never seen this before. Alright. In we go. Nice and close. Look at that. It's like there's it's bulging right around where there should be the ring there. Like, it's like the slip. I have no idea. It's like it's been squashed. Oh my god. I'm gonna cut that open and see actually what's going on there. So what is actually happening there, huh? Is it actually just like the cap is... Okay, so there's something going on with that, buddy. With the cover on there, because the cap underneath is fine. Come on, focus. Thank you. Cap underneath is fine, but the cover is bulged up. Weird. Absolutely weird. In the bin. Oh. Yep, there goes a 10 mil. Even though I'm not working on cars, I got more to. Aria Pro 2 are pretty solid. You know, they've been making stuff for many, many years. Of course, they had Matsumoku that was making stuff for them, and then when they went out of business, they moved over to different manufacturers and such. And they're the company that owns Goto. So all your hardware and that, like good quality Goto stuff, is from them. I just realized all of these caps all have that. That's messed up. I like the new fender that I got. Well, that's nice. Unfortunately, I wish many of my customers could say the same thing, because a lot of the ones that I've had come in have been absolute dog's breakfasts, as we say here in Australia. You know, some of them are so bad that the neck angle is misaligned, the frets are out of whack straight from factory, nuts are cut incorrect, just, yeah. Just absolutely awful all around. Let's get rid of some of this old buddy, what's he, Scholastic or whatever the hell they put on here. Don't need to see the back of my head. Come here. Nice, okay. Get rid of a chunk of that goop so we can put some new goop on there. New goop is always good. There we go. So yeah, when Brad and I were over there in Japan, we of course went off to the Yamaha Innovation Road, which was super cool. Shot a bunch of video there that I've started sorting through. Go through all that and hopefully have something done in the next week or two of it, because there is a lot of footage there. A lot of footage, and yeah, as we know with anything like that, you know, it's all down to the edit. You know, that's why Star Wars became as popular as it was, because George Lucas's wife went in there and did the good stuff. Get the edit done, and then we can put it up and show people how cool Yamaha stuff is. Definitely going to try going back in future and do more of the like actual factory tours if possible. I was trying to tee it up this time, but there were issues with organising that, so. There we go. Go. Okie dokie. Come on in, you. Off you go. There is out. And then we can go there too. So. I'm back in 2026 because Michelle forgot to do karaoke. I kept telling you, man. I kept telling you, go do it. Go get pissed. Yeah. Amy and I go back at some point, but you and I, like I said, we need to go over there and do you know, just a trip, just a business trip, claim it on business taxes, claim it on business and all that, and actually go, like, you know, do some actual like shooting type stuff. So we can go over there in the summer. That'll do it. Because my missus does not want to go in the summer. She's like, nope. Yeah, Brad's new obsession was with Hanbei. If you've ever been to Japan and you know what Hanbei is, it's it's kind of cool. Hanbei is a chain izakaya type thing that their whole shtick is like kitsch retro Showa era stuff. So focusing on like 1960s. 1960s type stuff. The food and stuff is in there, like the decor. It's a cool place. I like it. Oh, I'd love it in summertime. Yes, you would. See, we should organize it. We should just go. We'll go do that next year. You know, go over in like August. That'll be around my birthday. You know, we just go over there, stay in some cheap business hotels, all the rest of that. Go shoot stuff, claim it all on tax. You know, gives us time to navigate and deal with the whole thing of, you know, teeing up stuff with Japanese manufacturers. Go, hey, can we come check your shit out? See, we could totally go over there and just while we're there, just quickly buy a couple of components and some soldering irons and just make some stuff while we're there. You know, do it as like a giveaway. Make like kind of like what JHS did when he went over there and built a pedal in Japan. We could do that. You know, quickly go over there, quickly like hand make like a little 5-watt amp. Go down to Akihabara and get some of like the transformers there and make like a little tiny 5-watt amp. Next year you're going to Canada and the USA if all goes as planned. That's provided that, USA still exists then. Oh, my nose. Okay, so I need the... Where's the... What's these? The schematics for this mofo. Seriously, where did I put them? Don't tell me I got to reprint them. Nope. Nope. That's not it. Not it. Nope, that's an AD30 schematic. Bloody hell. Alright. Over here then. Alrighty. Bring up some schematics. Okay. JSM 900, 4100. So 32, 31, 21 and 22. God, that is a terrible bloody schematic copy. So bad. Alright, so 31, 32 should be 470, and 22 and 21 should be 1,000. Alright. Yeah, I got those. Should have those, actually. Buckets of parts. So, what, 47 at 35? 470 at 35, I should say. 470 at 63. Bit too chunky, I'd think. Bit too large for the footprint. 470 at 25, too small. 25 at 220. And 1,000 at 10. 100 at 35. No. I've got those there. 1,500 at 6.3. 220 at 50. 1,000 at 10. 263. Yeah, so I've done a lot of work on a lot of the synths recently. So a lot of those sort of common values in the bypass sections and such. These ones. 33 at 16. It's only 100 at 35. 100 at 63. 10 at 100. Nope, under the other box. Yeah, 2,200 at 25. Nope. 2.2 at 50. Nope. Too small. 33 at 350. What's that one for? Can't even remember. Something. Nope. They're all for that bloody synthesizer. SMD caps. More SMD caps. I might be... Should have a look on that one. How annoying. Let's go through the part straws with these ones. 1,000 at 16. Okay, so that's them. 1,000 at 16 and 470. Actually might be it. 1,000 at 16 and 470 at 35. Okay, cool. Okay, so 31 and 32. This one is in for repair because customers brought it in, said no lights, nothing like that. It just kind of died. Opened it up, checked it out, and there was a very, very blown fuse. That was the mains fuse, all that kind of jazz. Disassembled it, disconnected the secondaries, powered it on, and it's still pulling a lot of current at like 5 volts in, so it's shorted. Don't forget the bloody C12. C12? C12? What's C12? What do you mean? C12? Ah, yeah, the bloody, resistor, the divider for, the bias supply. Yeah. Is it C12 or is it, I thought it was C15. Isn't it? Yeah, C15. There. Not C12. Is it? Now you confused me. Where is it? There's a schematic. Yes, yes, yes. Give me the Watsy. Class X. C12. Yeah, C12, which is the white wire there. C15. This one ain't got no Class X cap in here. Just a regular old 630 volt jobby. Because yeah, that and R7, R32, D1, C14, C13, C12, which is all the way down here. Because this is 112, issue 11. This is an earlier one, much earlier. Yeah, C15, which is that one there, which 47N Class X, but this one's just a standard 47N poly, so it looks like somebody's already replaced it previously. I'll flip it over and check it out. Audio mic has gone quiet. What? Really? Or is it just me talking quiet? Give me a check, guys. How's it sounding? C12's next to C11. Yeah, C12's over here, way down there. That's C15, so this is a different revision. Speaking of summer, we made it to t-shirt weather, 56 Fahrenheit. No idea what that is. So, give me the info. Are we currently talking, like, can you hear me? Because I'm seeing, according to this, it looks okay. My green lights are on. It was probably just me, like mumbling to myself. It's fine. Good. Good. That's what I like to hear. Alright, so there's that. Then where's the... Show me the thing, would you? Low voltage supply. So 31 and 32. Which are those ones there? Yeah, it's 470. 470, which is, that's 1,000. There's the 470s there. There we go. Let's see if these will fit. Might be lucky. Maybe. Looks like it might actually be the right size footprint. $13C. $13C. Yeah. And Australia, that's kind of, that's a bit on chilly. That's a bit on like the chilly side, you know. Okay. Yeah. Only concern is the height there. Make sure that we're going to get enough. Oh yeah, plenty of marble. Plenty of room. Nothing to worry about. No whackers. Now, of course, to make sure that we're doing the good stuff, these are some good quality Matsushita Panasonic 105 degree rated caps. 470 at 63, calls for 470 at 35. What's a couple of extra voltages between friends? Cool, alright. Positive goes that way, positive goes that way. Here we go, like so. Come on. Get in the hole. There we go. Sweet. Sun has now set at 10 p.m. God, how far north are you then? Here it is currently miserable and raining outside. Not the worst thing in the world, you know. I don't mind it. I'm inside, so it's all fine. Alright. Nicely seated on there. Excellent. Give it a wee bit of a trimmy trim. And then the next one. We don't have rain, but it's cold and overcast. But isn't that just like the MO for Melbourne in general? Because that's where you are, isn't it? You're down in Melbourne. So I'll be down in Melbourne in October for something, for one of my things I also do on the sides. Pass me a donut, please. What's a donut? Oh, it's raining again. I hope that's what you meant by that. If not, then it just means that I really am that much of a, you know, die-hard Simpsons kid from when I was younger that I can remember all that. The dank, Mo, the dank. Southeastern suburbs. See, when we talk about southeastern suburbs here in Sydney, that's like talking about like where ScoMo came from, you know, the Shire. Out in the Shire, you know, out towards the east, down Cronulla way, a bit down south, Sutherland side, you know. An old nerd. Nice. That's the way to be. That's the way to be indeed. Cool. We'll throw in some 470s. 1000s, I should say. 1000 at 16. Wrong way around. I hate it when they mark it with a positive instead of just like putting a band where the negative is. It just makes it so much easier. Just put the whatsy there. Put it. Stay. There we go. Okie dokie. Originally came from Blacktown. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the many places I've lived over the years. I'm so much of a Westie. I was born and raised in the west of Sydney, moved to New Zealand, lived in the west of Auckland. It's hilarious. And for those of you who don't know, a Westie can best be summed up as, well, you know, I don't want to say white trash, but like, kind of like our equivalent of like, you know, Florida man. Actually, I just want to check something on that pad. Aha, it is. Right. I thought there was something going on with one of these pads, and sure enough, one of them is actually lifted. So we're going to have to make a bit of a hard connection on there, because whoever did that work previously was a bit rough on the pad. Yep. Let's lift it up a wee bit. It's not ideal. Barrel bogan! Yeah! I'm a bogan through and through. Now this is one of my little favourite toys. You know, not a lot of people know that these exist or what you can use them with. So if I zoom in here, this is a fiberglass pen. Focus. There we go. So basically it's a stick of like a retractable pencil type thing filled with glass fibers. Excuse me. And again. And what it can do is take away solder mask or clear areas quite easily. So rather than trying to scrape it like scalpel or something like that, use this. You can do it off. Saw a car driving erratically today. It had Florida plates. It's kind of like whenever we're here in Sydney, we see someone from Queensland with Queensland plates on here, like, oh, keep away. There we go, move that out of the way there. So if I take the pen here, right, let's see if I can, I'm not going to be able to see a huge amount of it, but I'll show you like the before and after. All the way down like so. Move those out of the way, that can go there, there we go. Oh. So we can see that little pad there is lifted just a wee bit. Right. If I take my pen here, retract it a wee bit more. We can see I can expose some of that copper trace. So instead of having to like scrape away at the board and potentially scratch it or do anything like that, if I use this, I can just take off that top layer of solder mask and leave the copper itself pretty well sorted. It's also good with when you're like clearing oxidation off as well. That's how Mesa make PCBs. Yeah, basically. Oh, got into another argument as always with another Mesa fanboy. Oh, nah, they're perfect. There's nothing wrong with them. Yeah, you keep telling yourself that, bro. Yeah, look at that. Nice bare copper. No damage or anything around there. No scratch marks, no scuff marks, nothing like that. Just a nicely cleared track, ready to be hardwired to. There we go. Sweet. And if I take that, and this, and a wee bit of solder, there we go. That's on there nicely. Bend over. Do it so I don't burn myself with my, what's this, there we go. Yeah, it's a pretty solid process. I quite enjoy it. And we've got a nice, solidly connected PCB trace. So connected on there, you can see there's a big bridge underneath it as well, which is quite nice. And yeah, that way you don't have to worry too much about it getting damaged in that. So there's a little trick that I learnt, was it TAFE actually? Where did I get them? Yep, Wes. It was like $8. There we go. So if you're an Aussie, we go there. No, I want to go to that one. I'm going to go to that one. That one there. Why do you keep taking me to that thing? Just take me to the other one, would you? Oof. Log in. Go on, give me the thing. There we go. Log in. Apparently got to grab coffee foam. Go. Wait, yeah. Show me tools, we can go. Where is it? Tools and test. Where is this bloody thing? Where is it? It's not a very good website for searching. No. I can't even find it. Brad, do you know where it is? Can't find it on the website. Oh, you got the Wes sales rep there. All right. I've never seen the bastard. Never comes bloody visits me. No, then again, no reps ever come visit me. They don't like me. Yeah, where is it? If you do a search for glass fiberglass, glass fiber pencil, you can get them from all the usual places. Multicom, yeah, RS, Element 14, all that kind of stuff. Do them all. They're definitely worth having in the arsenal. That way you can just get a far better job. Things look a lot nicer. You're not having to like scrape off chunks of scrape off chunks of solder. Solder mask, I should say. Excellent. Alright. What's on that one? Okay, so we've got those caps in there. They look a lot nicer now than what they were previously. What is that? That's it. That's C18. What's C18? Because that one's been replaced as well and it looks like shit. Go away. Let's zoom in. Now, where's C18? 29, 19. Show me 18, would you? Such a terrible, terrible whatsy schematic. Really hard to read. C8. C18 is 100 microfarad, right. Going to buy some inductors to make a prototype power station thing. Nice. That's beyond my pay grade. I mean, if I spend enough time sitting down and dealing with it, you know, might potentially be able to do it, but maybe not. Alright. It's 100. Hey, is 100 or what? Doesn't need to be that big, does it? Oh god, it's just a bypass gap. God, there could be anything. Like 100, like 10 volts. Would be fine. Because that's too bloody chunky. What have I got in the parts drawer over here? 10, that's 10 as well. 47. 25, 163 as well. It's just too chunky. Don't need that big. Need smaller. Oh god. One day I'll get around to sorting out my parts drawers. One day. Today, however, not that day. Oh, what's the thing? Oh, 400 microfarad. 350s. 425. 125, there we go. That's gonna... Okay. Come here. There we go. That should not flop around in the breeze quite so damn much. Stay. All right. Yeah, if we look at this big massive thing, look at it. It's like half on top of other components there. It doesn't need to be that big. So if we replace it with something a lot smaller, it'll sit in that footprint a lot easier and not, you know, flap around in the breeze and be annoying. I'm gonna just try and make sure this amp doesn't have to come back and see me at any time in the near future, because I don't like when that happens. It gives me too much anxiety. But yeah, look at the size of that thing. It's massive. Compared to what I'll replace it with, you know, it doesn't have to be so huge. In this instance, what are we going with? Let's say, I think this one was a Panasonic as well, if I remember correctly. Something of some sort. There we go. Positive goes down that end, negative goes down that end. There we go. That looks far more reasonable. Excellent. Clip and clip. There we go. Alright. 33 at 500. Too bad, Doctor. Thank you. There we go. That's junk which can go in there. Doesn't have to be a huge amount. Just enough to at least hold it in place, huh? Just put one of the most hacked up Mesa Mark IIIs on the bench I've ever seen. How do you hack up a Mark III? They're actually pretty easy to work on, all things considered. You know, it's not like working on a Mark IV or something. Those things are nightmares. Mark III's pretty much like a big massive like double-sided board. That's it. It always like beguiles. I'm always left beguiled when I see, like, people absolutely just destroy real easy amps to work on. Cool. There we go. Stay. Alrighty. So they've been replaced. That's been replaced. Mods galore, extra valve added, extra 2 power supply nodes. Oh, God. The only mod that I would do to a Mark III, right? And one that I designed a mod ages ago for it, because the one downfall of the Mark series amps is that the input sensitivity is set across the board, right? So you can't really get a super clean sound, you can't get a really super saturated sound. But if you lift the ground leg of the input sensitivity and put like a JFET or opto switcher or something like that on the ground of it, right? And you put it in parallel with like a 1 meg pod or something like that, or even just put like a dual gang one on there, then you can basically bypass the second half of it, so you can just have like a low input gain for clean channel, and then set it so that when you switch over to the dirty channel, it just massively increases the input sensitivity on those channels. It's the only mod that they really need to make them worthwhile. Probably still wasn't as bad as the Mark IIB mod. Yeah. I do like the sound of the Mark IIs. I like the sound of the Mark IIIs as well. They're good amps. You just got to know how to dial them in, because they are weird. They've got all the EQ loaded up in the front half of the amp. So you got to dial it in right, or else it sounds like absolute arse. Okay, so that's done. That's done there. Now, what have I got as far as bigger rectum fries? Power sockets, LED bezels, sockets there. Tuners, those things. Nope. Yeah, you bastard. Alright, let's go that way. Stay out of the way, and you can come down this way. There we go. Okay. Stay. ICs, retainers, sockets, relays. Diodes. There's a big rectifier. That's probably a bit too big. Alright, good. The size of this thing. No, just gonna have to order in one. They put the reverb driver transformer on a voltage divider. Nice. Oh, God. Okay, so what I'm going to do, what I'll do is clean this up, reinstall it, have the the wires off the board, so I can just install that rectifier afterwards. Because I'm going to get in transformer anyway, so I might as well just get some transformer and rectifier at the same time. I got some hefty diodes here, but I don't want to like make it look ugly and nasty and whatnot. So yep, don't need to stare at the back of my head. Looks like something's been damaged there as well, and they've cleared off the pad to install on there. Cool. Alright. Yes, the Fender Frontman into the Mark IIc Plus. Yes, I heard about that one. It was on someone else's stream or something like that. Absolutely insane. Yeah, so I don't want to do anything like that anymore where I have to like basically try and fit something inside of an existing amp, unless it's like a regular type thing where it's like a complete board swap and it'll just be like, you know, a chunk of them. But even then it's like, well, I could just get a couple of chassis and that made. It's not going to cost a huge amount more, you know. But that is me. And I'm kind of lazy. Alright. Alright. Cable. Alright. Yeah, I need some more hookup wire. Running a bit low. We have a service label. Who was it? Who's the service label? John, don't leave us hanging. Then again, you know, in favour of service labels, I got some more work out of it. Saw the video title, thought Marshall. Of course. The only other potential option it could have been was an egg data, because of that, you know, unfortunate run, which we had a discussion about earlier with those ones. Oh, man, all it takes is one bad supplier or something similar to that, and it just completely ruins your own reputation and your own name. Terrifying thing. Alrighty. Where's my... There it is. Yes, hello, Lyle. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Joe, welcome. Nothing too crazy exciting today, just, you know, prepping a JCM 900 for new transformer, because they all seem to blow. They go pop. Do that. Got a Blues Junior, of course, that needs the standard sort of repairs and upgrades and all that kind of jazz. Line 6 Power Cab 112. It's got a dicky display. And a couple other things. Michael Sampson. Bayers. 90s Korg Voxes, which were using the same iron as Marshall. Yeah. Well, it's because those ones were made by Marshall, if I remember correctly. So they had the same dicky diagonal bloody transformers. Alright. Yes. Was it negative? That one there, yep, cool. Alright. So it's going to be ground there. You ever worked on one of those Bayers amps, Brad? They're absolutely wild. They certainly are a thing. Another example is to sort of like why Australia doesn't kind of really have much of a you know, building history anymore. Oh, right, that'll do it. Right. Right. Let's try that again, because this pad has also been heat affected, it would appear. Ugh. How annoying. Alright. Fiberglass pen, yet again. I have no idea if it was Michael that did that stuff, so yeah. No idea either. But his amps are... They were certainly a thing. Alright, here. Come on. There we go. Excellent. Sweet. Kurzweil seems to be sorted. Kurzweil are a nightmare to work on at the best of times. I mean, they're kind of interesting units, but, man, I had to fix one up for Australian Idol, because it's like one of the main ones they use. Surprisingly, like 20-year-old keyboard, but they're still using it for live stuff. And it had bad keybed, so went through and redid it, pulled the whole thing apart, which was a nightmare, weighing is an absolute ton. Thankfully, at least it was like a an off-shelf Fatah keybed, so, you know, if I needed parts, I could have still gotten them. Unlike some of the other brands that use their own in-house ones, or like the Korg MS-10 that I've got on the shelf that sat here for 6 months trying to find a G key for it. So if anyone has a lead on a G key for a Korg MS-10, also for Moog Rogue, the Realistic Concert Mate MG1, MS-20, and like, you know, half a dozen other synths, they all use them, but it's just sitting here with a broken G key. And I can't sell it until I get a new key. I would like to list it up for sale, thank you. People love them, especially the PC3Xs. Yeah. They changed over distributor recently too. They went from Australis over to Music and Audio. So heavy. Oh, yeah. Ow. Oh, my lungs. Me poor lungs. Cool. Toasty bits of toasty. It's a JCM 900. Yep. And of course I don't have any of the chunkier rectifiers on hand, so I'm just going to wire up the fly leads for it, and I'll put in the rectifier when I get the new transformer as well. May as well just do the work while I'm here. So. Purple for those. Oh, God. Got a new keybed for the Teenage Engineering OP1 for less than expected. Yeah, you were telling me about that. Like, when I tried to get a keybed for it, they were so expensive. So, I don't know whether they've dropped the price on them, or, yeah, because they're discontinued and that, or what's going on, but, yeah. They're kind of one of those companies in a similar vein to Apple. It's like, oh yes, our stuff, you can repair it now, you can do all this, but it's like, okay, great, how much for a a new I/O board for it? $150. I had one for a brief bit because I picked it up cheap. It was fun, and then I sold it a week later. Got plenty of synths in the collection. See a lot of these with bag caps on the HT, derived bias. Yeah, it's one of those sort of wonderful issues on these ones. This one's got, it looks like it's been replaced at some point in the past. Normally it's C12, but this revision is a different revision. It's C15, and it's got a 630 volt rated non X-class cap in there. So don't know. But either way, I'll change it out. I got caps in that on hand. Let's go in there. And that one go in there. Get in there, go on. Sweet. Ah, you bastard. A Cadillac on the island of Crete in the 80s. It wouldn't have to be a military base there, would there? Because I know that's usually how a lot of like the US cars end up in Japan. Military guys take them over. Apparently that's something you can do. Don't know. Big massive boat cars, or as we call them in Australia, the Yank tanks. There are so many of those like oversized US trucks on the road here now. I saw one the other day, which was a GMC like Super Duty or whatever it was, something big massive thing. It had like the double rear tires, but it didn't have heavy plates on there, so it wasn't capable of towing what you'd need that kind of tire setup for. It's like, just, oh my god, these cashed up bogans. They used to have Holden Maloos, and now they've got trucks the size of trucks. Ay. Okay, that one, and this one here. Actually, a little bit more length on that, just in case. Stay. Message retracted. Actually, gotta plug my laptop in because it's running low on battery. Oh. Now, what do I got here? Come in. Alrighty. That one there. And... ah, you idiot. Oh my god, seriously. Fuck. Hold on. Oh, let's see if this will work. Managed to forget my laptop charger at home, apparently. But thankfully, USB-C fixes everything. Here we go. Go on. Go. Get in the hole. Come on in. There we go. That'll just provide enough power to just keep it running. No idea why I typed Lyle. Cause, man, getting starstruck. Starstruck in the chat. He is the biggest of us techs, so... I mean, I kind of agree with you on the name thing there, Lyle, mainly just because there is another Brad out there who is a real, Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs type. He's besmirched the name. See, I don't have to worry too much. I chose my name. And I get to confuse people with it. There we go. Sweet. Okay. No, you're the big man on campus, you know. You're the king of the techs. Thankfully, you haven't gone full Kanye. That's all that matters. As far as the biggest, I mean, come on, let's be honest here. I'm probably the biggest out of all of us. Yeah, I'm like all of 5'9", I think, something like that. I'm like 110 odd kilos. I'm huge. It's awful. More likely, Pizza Restaurant, some place that create much money in pizza. Yeah, you know, pizza and concrete. That's the two ways to make money, isn't it, in the US if you're Italian? I only lost about 2 kilos in Japan. I put on 5 kilos. That's because I'm a fat bastard. I need to deal with my shit. Need to deal with my fat ass. Okay, so the caps are all in there. They're fine. That's dealt with there. Good. Oh, give those a bit of a clean because they're a bit manky. Yes. Pizza is good. Especially when you go to like a nice proper like pizza joint that does like the proper you know, like just good quality Neapolitan style pizza and that. We got a place here down the road from my shop that has like all the certification and everything as well. Okay. That's just those two. Yep, cool. In we go. Come on. Get in the hole, you. Come on. There we go. Alright, at least they were nice enough to put standoffs on this one. Hardware, put those in. Oh, and I did something stupid, because of course I would. Oh, you idiot. I managed to forget to put the spacers on the jacks. Let's try that again. One more time with feeling, without being an idiot. The amount of amps I've seen come in that have had, like, the boards put back in, and they've got, supposed to have spacers on like input jacks and that, and they're not put on, and people just wrench down the sockets until they're like so incredibly tight that they like warp and they like tear off of the pads underneath and that. It's not ideal. Get in there. There she goes. I rode up the mountain about 10 kilometers on Saturday, nearly killed me, but it was to go to the brewery to have a schooner, so I guess that cancelled it out. Yeah, liquid bread, you know. Doing London research and found 2 great Neapolitan pizza places. I'll hit at least one. None here, not even a good American pizza here. Oh dear. Yeah, we got a lot of Italian immigrants here. Like, down the road from my shop is a place called Leichhardt, and Leichhardt is known as Little Italy because when a lot of like post-war Italian immigrants came to Australia, that's where they all settled. So you go down there and it's like actually run by people who still like, you know, came here in the 60s and that, and they're full-on like Italian type joints, and it's so damn good. Although, controversial opinion, Italian food is good, but it's mid. You know, there are other types of food out there that I do prefer, and that's, you know, I've got an Italian father-in-law, so. Alright, where'd that socket go? Oh, dropped it, of course. There it is. Oh, God. I'm a harder trying try-hard. Man, you have the greatest case of imposter syndrome I've ever come across on anyone. Seriously. Watch the Ken Parker videos. Ken is a switched on dude. I love that he's gone into like the archtop side of things as well. It's brilliant. Watched it. Brad hates refretting flies. How long do you have to refret them though? They're stainless steel. Occasionally they come loose. You just glue them back in. They kind of stay, which is pretty solid. Pretty sure Melbourne is Little Italy. Melbourne's Little Greece, isn't it? There's more Greeks there than there is Italians. A lot of the Italians came up to Sydney. They ended up in the eastern suburbs in like Kensington and Maroubra and Leichhardt. Have I had it in Italy? I ain't had anything in Italy. I didn't get to take my first holiday until I was like 30. I want to fly after seeing how they were developed. Flies are cool. I've owned 2 of them. They are really cool guitars. They feel great. They're super lightweight. The way they were made was brilliant. But then, of course, you know, USMC or whatever it is, the company that bought out Washburn and Parker and all the rest of that, destroyed the company. And now you can't get a Fly anymore. The only thing I don't like about the Fly is where they've got like the body that go the upper bout, it goes like that and then down like that, and you get like the sharp point. It sticks right in the rib cage. I won't buy guitars anymore. Got enough. Lies. No guitarist ever says that except for me. I honestly have gotten to a point now where I own enough guitars. I've owned enough guitars over the years. I've owned everything I could ever like want or need or anything along those lines. So, you know, I don't play enough these days to actually go out there and buy any more gear. And I've heard everything. I've played everything. Yeah, be a repairer, own a music shop, get some pretty cool stuff going on. What was the name of those cheap soldering stations that are like clones of Hacker or something? I think it was Brendan that made that post. Because there was one he had, there was a desoldering one that he posted up. Which is pretty cool. So. That's where I'm at. Want to buy a Les Paul or 2? I hate Les Pauls. I hate them with a passion. They're uncomfortable. They don't balance well on the knee. You know, they're from a different era. The way they were designed and everything else like that about them. You know. Is that my delivery guy? No. Hurry up and come pick up my deliveries. Have I not watched Underbelly? No, because I don't really watch much TV. Not that kind of guy. Italian food from a great restaurant in Italy is phenomenal, and big regional changes. Yeah, my stepmother was Italian, so I got sisters that are half Italian, and my father-in-law is Italian, come from different areas and that. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, it's good food, but not to the same like level that a lot of people kind of like put it up on a pedestal about. Honestly, I would take, you know, good African cuisines over Italian a lot of the time. You know, like Ethiopian, man. Oh, God, that is some good shit. Seriously. Nigerian as well. It was really cool. I had some cuisine from Mozambique once. That was awesome. There we go. Yeehaww. That's it. Yeehaww. Yeehaw, dude, because I've actually got a Yeehaw 858D that I use for my hot air rework. Pizza in Italy is much different than what you're used to in the US. Yes. We got a couple places that do like US style pizza here. There is actually, funnily enough, there is a there's a place here that does Italian. Actually, there's a place here that does American style pizza, run by a pair of Italian guys. Can't stand Ethiopian. Oh well, there's no accounting for taste. Ethiopian's awesome. Oh, so good. Nice piece of injera. Some like the stews and that there. Oof. It's like Nigerian as well. Nigerian's good shit. Oh, itchy. Yeah, we got places here that run like by proper Italians and that have like the Neapolitan Buddy Association thing on there. That, you know, don't get huge amounts of them outside of it. It's Italy they get them. You go in there and it's a nice bit of pizza. You know. Something nice and simple. It's good. American pizza's alright too. And I don't understand the hatred as well for like Chicago deep dish pizza. There's a place here that used to do it. It's pretty good. It's like Detroit pizza as well. There was a place here down the road from my other workshop, that did Detroit style pizza. It's pretty solid. I just like food. There's not much stuff I don't like. I mean, Scandinavian food, yeah, but nobody likes Scandinavian food. And any Scandinavian who says they do is wrong. I grew up surrounded by Italian immigrants. Damn good cooks, better than most Italian restaurants. Yep. Seriously, when I used to go visit my stepmother's family and that as a kid, like her parents, man, oh... food, because they were like the full-on like proper Italian, so like they had out the back, you know, he was the father was a mechanic and all the rest of that. You know, they had the brothers were like Giuseppe and all that, and out the back of the house as well they had the planter beds with tomatoes growing in them. We used to help like make the passata, so you used to bottle it up and all that in like old brown bottles. They go under the house in the cellar, which is great. I have an Ethiopian wing in my family. Nice. The known restaurant in New York City. Nice. New York style pizza is my favorite. Love the onions. Never tried it. I ate lunch for breakfast. So now I have air for lunch. I haven't even had lunch yet. I need to figure out what the hell I'm going to do, but I ain't got no money for any of that at the moment. I got no money for nothing, so I don't know, I might go. I know that the 7-Eleven down the road has like a $5 special. It's like a sausage roll and a can of drink. That'll do me. That'll do me well. Okay. Man, Americans get mighty ornery when it comes to pizza. See, I thought Chicago deep dish was fine. You know, it's fine. It's like, you know, it's like just you know, it's like just a lot of stuff in there. But then again, the place that we had it, which was a place called Crust, they did it was actually really nice. It was like the one that I had, it was like Italian sausage and olives and stuff like that. It was solid. It was solid. Then again, I've also seen what Americans consider food for like stuff like breakfast and various other things and the like. So, you know, whenever it comes to any food opinions on American food, everything is always taken with a grain of salt. A lot of grains of salt. And, of course, plenty of high fructose corn syrup. Nah, you know, I just like food. Hence the reason this, you know. My family are Hungarian, predominantly, with, you know, my stepfather, you know, basically referred to as my father being Samoan. So, like, Samoa, the food from there is just, it's to die for. It's amazing. It's just so much of it. So, for me, growing up, food was always a big, big sort of thing. It's why I like cooking. It's why I like doing all that. And I'll try anything. I'll eat anything. I just eat whatever, you know? Chicago strikes me as a big shepherd's pie, yeah? Well, kinda, not really, because, well, shepherd's pie is a crustless type pie. It's more like a, like a pot pie, so, you know. So, there's no topping on top except for the cheese. I thought it was perfectly fine. Oh, then again, if you ever try and tell an Italian that New York style pizza is pizza, they're gonna probably like slap you upside of their head and send, you know, I don't know, send the buddy Ndrangheta after you. Seriously, every Italian out there, they're like, what Americans consider pizza, we consider a hate crime. PJ Harvey on the radio. I must be like the only one out there, like, you know, when I work on stuff, it's in silence. Or maybe I'll put on like a podcast or something on my AirPods and listen that way. I don't listen to music while I'm doing this stuff. Oh, let's unplug that. Yes, let's disconnect that. Yes, disconnect. Go away. Anything exciting? No. Phone is boring. Clam pizza. Oh. Oh, itchy. Crust is a bad bread thing, huh? Oh. Cheese, meat, stuff, then tomato soup / ketchup on top. See, no, the ones that we had out here wasn't like that. It was more like, here's like pizza toppings and like, you know, Neapolitan sauce and all the rest of that. And it was like about yay thick. So it wasn't like super thick, but it was like, here's like a layer, here's the crust base on the bottom, then here's like a, you know, here's sausage, pepperoni, here's olives, you know, some onion, capsicum, whatever else like that. And then like, there's a bit more of the Neapolitan sauce on top and then cheese on top. So, I don't know. Doing a video on the factory design error in the Line 6 Helix floor mic input. Oh yeah, I'm going to send an email to Yamaha about that. See what they've got to say. They're actually pretty receptive about those kinds of things, surprisingly. They might actually put out a, service note or bulletin about them. So, you know, can't imagine it's the most difficult of things to sort of change. What was I doing? That's right. Get these crappy caps out. Get the old bloody things out, you know. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Move out of the way, you. Don't know what I'm going to make for dinner tonight, actually. All this talk about food. It's making me hungry. So I'll finish up here sometime later this Savo and go grab stuff. Yeah, it's I'd probably still like the Chicago style pizza as well because, you know, I'm a food descriptivist, not a prescriptivist. I will eat whatever. If it tastes good, I'm in, you know? I need music in the shop to function and for vibe in the store. Pfft, I can have all the vibe in the store I want. Nobody's walking in. Nah, out in the shop and that, I got stuff there. It just streams and plays whatever, depending on what kind of mood I'm in as to what weird playlist I'll put on. You know, I hate commercial radio. I hate all that kind of stuff. There we go. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. We make cottage pie a lot in the winter. Don't care much for lamb, and it's expensive, so no shepherds here. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. I make shepherd's pie for dinner. That or just a good old-fashioned savoury mince. Moussaka. Nice. I've got my missus, her like extended family is Greek as well, and we go like up there and do the Easter buzz with them, and they put like a full lamb on the charcoal grill and like cook it over throughout the day, and that's pretty good stuff. Yeah, we've got a lot of Greek Orthodox, a lot of Coptic Orthodox, and a lot of like Ukrainian Russian Orthodox people here in Sydney too. There's a Greek there's a Greek like kind of fast foody joint type place that's popped up. They've got a couple of them around now called Big Fat Greek, and that's pretty good. I mean, they do a couple of the things there as well, but they make a really good like gyros wrap. Oh, again with itchy, annoying. It's annoying as hell. Okay. Let's get that quickly remind myself on that one how it's all wired up to. Kadunk. Hooray for short-term memory type stuff and all the rest of that sometimes. Even if I've done it 1,000,001 times before, I want to just make sure that I don't forget how I did it. Make sure it all goes back the way it should. Come on. Okay. Sweet. Come on, you, out of the way. I said, come here. Ah, you bastard. My wife and her Canadian family make shepherd's pie with Hamburg. I like lamb, but they don't use half lamb and half Hamburg to make moussaka. See, if it's not lamb, it's not shepherd's pie. Then it's cottage pie. Cottage pie, beef. Shepherd's pie, lamb. Yeah, lamb's getting quite expensive in Australia as well. Everything's getting expensive here. Just existing is expensive. You want to breathe? Sorry, someone owns the right to that these days. Now you got to pay for it. Oh. It is rather depressing. Everything is expensive as hell here. Oh. There's those. You can see the remnants of where something spilled in the past. Give it a bit of a clean. Oh, itchy, itchy, itchy. Okay. There's my little teeny tiny flatty. Is this one going to fit? No. You mofo. Alright. Where, oh where, oh where? Because that's not going to fit. I have to use that one. Is that why I can't afford a Kleenex? Yep, that and also very sensitive skin. It's gonna basically end up really, really quite bad soon, and red and raw and all that jazz. Plus, you know, the whole autistic tick thing. I will do all sorts of random things and get hypersensitive towards my nose. Oh, the dust is painful to say the least. Oh, there it is. And I can't afford Boo Diddley. I'm a young millennial in debt. And when I say young, I'm almost 40. Come here. Oh. Alright, where's my thingies? There we go. My wife's family call it China pie and shepherd's pie interchangeably. I have a rain tax in Maryland, so glad I moved away. America is a very, very funny kind of country. While simultaneously going on about freedom and no taxation without representation and all the rest of that, and yet it's quite normal for things to be, you know, taxed or charged simply because a corporation wants to make money on it, or they'll add so many regulations onto things, all to favour somebody. It's, yeah. Oh. I'm not here, sorry. No, there's nothing hurtful about it in that. When I say something like that or whatever else like that, it's because I'm brutally blunt or whatever else like that. That just kind of goes hand in hand with all, you know, my brain being what it is thing. You know. And besides, my entire life and all the rest of that, my entire childhood was filled with, you know, jokes about how damn poor I was. I had to wear, like, grandpa glasses when I was a kid because I had to get state-funded ones because I was raised a lot of my youth with by my grandmother, and she was on a disability pension, and we lived, it was us with my adopted uncle who had, like, the, you know, he was handicapped. He basically had the functioning of a 9-year-old. So, you know, there's nothing you can't say to me I haven't heard all before on the school playground and all that kind of jazz. Oh, man. Take the call, get the business. No, because the problem is I get so many goddamn calls, I've got a voicemail for it. They've left the voicemail, so I will check it then. Like, I don't think you realise how many phone calls I get a day that are just so stupid. Like, oh my god. Like, there are calls I get, like, I had a guy calling up and he was asking about if I knew any drummers that were available. I'm like, dude, like, no, I don't. I just, no. And half the customers are people calling up for things that I don't sell, or, you know, they want me to try and price match something online. It's like, dude, I don't even sell anything new anymore. There's no point. I ain't never heard of no cow shepherd. Oh, come on here, bloody thing. Come on, there we go. Oh, fumbling my way through things, as I do. Yeehaw 948 ESD, we want to do soldering for 130 bucks. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I've got my ancient old Hacko 701 that I picked up in a hock shop for next to nothing that will have to be retired at some point due to the fact that parts are like non-existent anymore. So, not ideal. Come on, out you come. Fine, I'll go the other way then. No. Ah, you mofo. Come on, go. Come on. There's still like miles of room there. Ah, fine, go the other way then. There we go. Go that way. Ugh. Manufacture date, 35th week, 1990. Yeah, that's a bit on the old side. Oh, itchy nose. Itchy, itchy, itchy nose. And of course that one's going to be stuck right in there. You, come on. Come on. No. Gonna maybe take the whole can thing off, aren't you? Fine, I will do that then. No, it's Posi Drive. Posi Drive, Posi Drive, Posi Drive. Because if you don't use Posi Drive, then it will strip out. Don't tell me I'm missing Posi Drive, because that would be so annoying. Oh no, that's right, I got them over here. No, there's security bits. Where to put that box then? Nope, that's not it. Ah, you bastard. Actually, I might get just that way. Stay. Alright, there we go. Alright, just jimmy that in there then. There we go. Come on. I said, come here. How annoying. You Aussies eat a lot of mutton. No. Mutton, not so much. Mutton's more like the realm of a lot of the sort of like Southeast Asian community. We eat lamb, yeah. Not as much as we did in the past, but, you know, Sunday lamb roast, you know, eat some lamb chops, all that kind of stuff. Lot of Middle East communities as well, so like you go to a lot of the like Lebanese butchers or similar, you get like kofta and that. Damn, actually kofta would be good. Kofta is some good stuff. Like lamb mince with, you know, parsley and some spices and whatnot in there. Someone naughty replaced the machine screws on this AKG solid tube mic with self-tappers. Oof. That's not ideal. Not at all. Ah, there we go. There's a drive. That's pos drive 1, isn't it? No, it's 2. There we go. That's better. Fine, I'll do it that way then. I don't like the gamey lanolin taste. I like it. But then again, obviously, you know, raised on that kind of food. You get raised on it, then obviously it's going to be a bit of a different story to if you were not. Okay, let's finagle. They're going to be the right size for them. Yes, there we go. Cool. I loathe people who use the wrong screws. Oh, yeah. Yep. My favourite is when people use the wrong-sized Allen key. Especially on Mexican fenders, because Mexican fenders don't use a metric size. They use imperial. But it's just close enough to a 4mm that people think that, oh yeah, it's 4mm, yeah, that's S1. Because the screws on the saddles are metric. So you end up with a Mexican Strat or similar that's got a stripped out truss rod. Ah, you bastard. God damn it. These stupid bloody things. Give me just enough room just to move it over, just so I can get my tool in. Come on. Come on. Come on, you bastard. Grab it and let go. Oh, seriously. Oh my god, seriously. Screw ceased. Great. Bluey. Seriously, Americans are obsessed with Bluey. It's huge over there. Yeah, your one of your governors over there is a complete psychopath. I don't like this dog. I'm gonna shoot it. It's like the American answer to everything. A gun. Let me just kill it. Yeah. As an animal lover, I can't believe that was a thing that was done. Oh my god, seriously. God damn it. Of course it's gonna be like that, isn't it? Oh, annoying as hell. But the question is, did she kill her career because, you know, she could have murdered a baby and there'll still be people over there going, you know, she may have murdered a baby and eaten it in front of me, but you know what? There's no D next to her name. It's the same as over here, you know, you get people who voted in. There was a guy down in Kiama or something like that, you know, convicted child sex predator. Got voted back in by his constituents because, oh, better than Labour. Some people are just so rusted on. That's just kind of the way their brains work. No, of course not. Come on, you. Seriously, if they just laid these bloody caps properly, I could have actually accessed things easier. Come on. Oh yeah, no, there'll be plenty of things out back there. Plenty of them. Oh, fuck's sakes. All they had to do was just rotate the cap, the connector, 180 degrees, and this would have been so much easier to get to, rather than things being stuck behind other things. It's like every time I have to deal with a Marshall, I have to fight one of these damn can caps. Finally. Done and done. Thank you. Go. Oh, bloody thing. So, new transformer this amp. Yes. I'm hearing a lot of whining and not a lot of results. What? The hell are you on about? I fought this cap and I got the bastard out. Stupid fucking thing. Ugh. I want a trip to see Kansas in Atlanta. Like Kansas the band? Like some kind of like sports ball team. Alright, there's my grippy grips, because this thing is jammed. Yeah. It's a Marshall, isn't it? Yes, it is. Marshall. Thank you, wonderful tools. Okay, that's done now. I should have another bloody thing here. I can change it out for a flathead. Nice. I don't think I've ever won anything in my life. Stay. Alright. Scrooge, my screws, my screws, my screws, my screws, my screws, screws, screws. Nope, 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 nope. No, 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 nope, nope, nope. Get screws and washers. Something else in there. Got screws and washers. What's these? Where are they? I know they're here somewhere. Aha, success. Let's see. Carry on, wayward son. Yes. My wife and I have had 9 dogs in 28 years, all rescues. We only had one that couldn't be trusted around other people. After 4 years, made the decision to put her to sleep. See, and that's a bit different. You know, when you do, there are some animals, some dogs, especially if they're rescues, that you're gonna have that. But putting them together, like putting them down by putting them in a gravel pit and shooting them, that's cruel, man. That's awful. You know? Go away. You know, there's other ways to do it. You know, all the animals I've had, they've been rescues and the likes as well. Because they just, you know, it's the way I tend to prefer to do things. Brad 1, AKG Solid Tube 0. Yeah, Solid Tube is one of those mics that a lot of people really hate. Then again, mic people are just as bad as audiophiles in a lot of ways. They're obsessed with like 3 microphones that were ever made, and that's it. And anything else is no good. Cool. That's better. All right, get rid of those bloody flathead screws and put on some, you know, proper whatsy ones. You guys watch Jack Out Back. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Oh, okie dokie. Let's change the other one as well. Because those things are bloody stupid. Where'd it go? Okay. Come on. There we go. Alrighty. Not if you don't like shooting animals. Yeah, I can't say I'm a big fan of that. Come on, get out. Fine, I'll push it out from the other side. Come on, go. There you go. Seems we have a camel problem down over there. Yes. We actually do have a lot of camels here, and a big problem, and because they, you know, they're perfectly fine in deserts and all the rest of that, they kind of flourished out back. People often seem disappointed to find out the voiceover mic they compliment is SM57. Right on. I mean, you know, despite what people may think of him and all the rest of that, Bono did plenty of bloody recording with just an SM57 and it sounded pretty damn good. Camel tastes pretty good. Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Sounds okay, a little aggressive. Would be good for rock and metal vocals. Yeah. Come on. God, you bastard. There we go. It's like how many classic, you know, recordings that did Motown do? You know, using sort of like weird techniques that we never would have thought of today. You know, just using kind of like, you know, the stuff they had on hand. Come on, get in there, you. There, you bastard. Come back here, you. Oh, come here. I used to be a smoker. Not anymore, thank God. Stunts your growth. Bad for your health. I just can't say the smell, actually. Yeah, too many people in my family smoked non-stop. Yeah, somehow me and my siblings don't smoke. Go fig. Alright. Yeah, which side are you pointing that way? Up there. There you go. 1 second.
Hi, Sasha picking up. It's a big one.
Yep.
This one.
Yep.
What time you close?
I'll be here until probably about 4:30.
4:30? Okay, I come back to grab.
Alright.
Because my van is full now.
Alright.
Yeah, I just check it's large or small.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go.
Thank you. Oh, send a bunch of pianos back to rental company that we deal with. Yeah, everyone smokes in the tiny ears, guys. That's why I try and find the places that aren't smokers ones, because I don't like the smell. I don't like it in the food and that. There we go. That's one. Sweet. There we go. Excellent. Cool. Alright, so I got that one there. Now this one, if I put it so that it's actually like that, I can actually fucking access it properly. Stupid bloody thing. Okie dokie. There you go. Oh. Yeah. See, I don't like the dank. Just reminds me too much of, like, you know, being at family places. Well, the dank. The dank. Smoked camel. Yeah. Yeah, might be right. Come on, you. Go. Get in there, you bastard. Thank you. Okay. I bought a pack of Gaulois in Paris. Smoked them at a little table in front of a cafe in Saint-Germain while drinking a learned wine and sampling Jesus, my beautiful wife. That is like the most, like, stereotypically, like, oh yes, this is how we live life over here type moment. Only thing missing is, of course, like, you know, having a bike park right next to you, some baguettes ready to go. Reminds me of, any of you guys know Dylan Moran? He's a comedian and that. He did, Black Books and that. He did a bit talking about, like, the French. How they, you know, about their lives and various other things. Yeah. It was quite hilarious talking about how they've got, you know, brain work, you know, chocolate bread for breakfast. How were the bras in Japan? Small. As were the bars too. They drinkers. I always heard Japanese work 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. Japan is a very unhealthy place with which to work. The work culture there literally will kill people. It is quite terrible how they go about things, unfortunately, with a lot of that. And yes, they drink like absolute maniacs because it is cheap and available, and it's a big source of tax revenue for the government, even though they tax so little of it. To give you an example, you can walk into just a kombini, regular, corner store type thing, 7-Eleven or something, and buy a 1.5 litre bottle of Jim Beam for $25 Australian. That's about it. And then, if you go into like the supermarkets or similar things like that, you can get a 4-litre bottle of just clean spirits for 1,700 yen, which is about $17 Australian, or in the US, like $10. It is very, very cheap over there. Get in there, you bastard. Come on. There we go. Better. Nice. In there tightly. Now I can actually access that bloody cap properly. Nah. Like, there is a very dark side to the Japanese sort of, like, working thing that you don't quite see over there unless you know people who live and work in Japan. Like, I know people over there, and it is a nightmare. You're expected to be there earlier, and even when you're like not working, you're still there just being there because that's kind of expected, which is absolutely insane. Nice G-Shock 6. Thank you, Lyle. Actually, when I was heading back from Japan, I had some money left over. I was at the airport and went through, and I was like, I need a cheap watch that I could just have on the bench, all the rest of that I can use to set my timers and all the rest of that. They had this one here for like the equivalent of $100 Australian. The only thing I'm not a huge fan of it is it's got the inverted display, but the main thing is, it works. It cost me $100 or so. It's plastic, so I'm less worried about shocking myself on it or anything like that. But yeah. Can you imagine the tax per capita the Australian government must make off alcohol with how high taxes are in here? Yeah, they make an absolute monster on it. And you know what? I don't disagree with them on it because it does reduce how much people drink. Could you imagine how bad we'd be if we were just allowed to, like, buy cans of beer for, like, $1.50 a can? It'd be the 70s all over again. It's not ideal, Got the black LCD, yeah. It's a blacked out version. I wanted just a plain black type thing, and that would have been nice if it was like actually just the regular display on there, but whatever. I needed to get rid of the yen, so I used it. 15, 16-hour days, 6 days a week, not paid for 3-hour commute, expect to be present even when you're a pussy. Yeah, exactly. Now imagine that across every single job in Japan, but now imagine getting paid $8 an hour to do so. Sounds pretty shit, There is a reason why people have, they have a whole, like, phrase for literally being worked to death. And it is absolutely horrendous. I just believe in workers' rights. People should just, we shouldn't be working ourselves to death for, the sake of a bunch of people up top making a bunch of money. Hell, I'm a business owner, and I hate having to work as much as I do. Mainly because I don't make any money out of this, but, what can you do? Okay. Oh, that's right, it's next size down. Duh. Let's try this again. Cool. There we go. Nicely done. See, in Australia, you're spending a hell of a lot of time commuting everywhere because unless you're rich or something like that, or you work near a factory near where you live, you're traveling a hell of a distance. Until I moved here at the end of last year near the shop, I was spending 3 hours a day on a good day, round trip. On top of that, I was spending so much money on petrol and tolls. It's just, it was killing me. And even now, it's like, okay, cool, I spend $600 a week for a one-bedroom shoebox of a unit, and, you know, still having to try to deal with all the bloody nightmarish stress of everything. Ron D. St. Hilaire. Look, I know I'm average height. I don't need to wear heels, damn it. That, and I know how to smile, and I know how to stand. I'm not like that weird thing that they do where they like stand and like they don't know where to put their arms. Bloody terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Okay. Let's fix that up because that is not pointing in the correct direction. Come here. Lee. There you go. Alley-oop. Where did I put the tool? I just had it. There it is. Your coffee grinder chassis is sitting at 240 volt DC. Look, how else are you supposed to make an electrifying cup of coffee, you know? Come on, there we go. There. Yeah, Lyle, that's a common bug with Facebook, with YouTube in general. There's a thing that happens. Come on. There we go. That's the one. Yeah, don't worry about it too much because you'll actually be you'll be in sync and in time, so. Oh, right, yeah. I suppose the biggest difference between him and I is that I'm probably I'm 200 grand in debt. Let's not forget that. And I keep coming up with new fanciful ways with which I can, you know, try and get ahead, but, you know. Ugh. 1 second. How to do it. Battery's almost out on the Watsy. So, what I need to do is... Oh, no, not far enough. Okay. What I'll do then is if I go... Alright, the audio quality is going to be a bit shit for a couple of minutes while I just charge up the quesadilla. Yes, confirm, it's fine. Go, charge it. Oh, Come on. Yes, we're in there, so how about you charge up, would you? Alright, that would explain it. Yeah. Audio's going to be a bit crap for the next little while. I'm sure you'll deal with it. Come on, charge up, would you? Alright. Where was I? Australia uses 240 electric like Europe. Well, not really, because Europe uses like 230. 240 is what we do. Can I turn up the camera mic? Potentially. Let's see. Itchy. There's the thing. Menu. There's that there. Internal microphone. Yes, it's fine. And show me the thing. Come on. Okay. No, I got that there. Function. Exposure. No, keep going. Audio. Alright, test 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's see. Is that any better? That might be a little bit nicer now. Let's see. Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey! Nope, Japan just uses 100, not 110. So they're below the rest of the world, and they use on one side of the country 50 hertz and one side of the country 60 hertz. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Yep. That one there. I'm going to bend that and just put a piece of solid wire across there. There we go. Yeah. Not going to be the most pleasant of audio experiences at the moment, but it will do for the moment. You'll probably hear all the background noise and everything as well, and all the little bits and pieces. Okay. Bit of that there. There we go. Look at charm. Get in there. Come on. Stay. My mic maker stickers. I've seen 110 primaries labelled as Japan, so that's where that came from. That's probably more so just like errors or something like that, because there are some things that when they get shipped over there will get run on like, 110, it'll be below spec voltage internally. But basically the standard over there is 100 volt. 100 volt at 50 hertz or 60 hertz, depending on whether you're east or west. And yeah. I think voltage was a bit low in one hotel, but one charger went a little funky. I mean, that's probably just your chargers, because the chargers and that we use are all switch mode, universal. So universal switch mode. They go all the way down to like 90 volts off them. Oh, itchy. I ate a Snickers. Man, I could totally go with Snickers. It's pretty solid. Okay. Alrighty. That's coming. Get in there, go on you. Come on, go. Sweet. Why do they use it the way they do? And it varies is because Japan is basically a libertarian, like, utopia. In other words, nothing is standardized, everything just gets done for profit, and not everything makes sense. So half of Japan was buying their power supplies from Europe, half of them were buying it from the US. Hence the half the country on 60 and half of the country on 50 volts. and that's why in the event of an earthquake or similar, you can't. You're kind of in a bit of strife there because you can't actually connect the two halves of the grid up. So not ideal. If only we can get 500 volt DC switch mode power supplies that are reliable and cheap. They exist. They just suck. Because there's a couple of amps out there that use the switch mode power supplies, and those are the crates or something, wasn't there? Yeah. 80 to 265. Yeah, that's the common voltage range for them. Off. Ow, hot. At least they aren't prone to earthquakes. Yeah, I know, right? Funny that. I'm kind of disappointed. The amount of times I've been to Japan, I've never once been through an earthquake. Yeah, the Bogner's on the heaters, that's easy enough, but that's like a couple of volts. But Crate, for example, made an amp that had the HT that was switch mode. And then they tend to crap themselves, you know. There we go, cool. Okay, so we got this one there, that one there. Come on here. Yep. I said. Great V33, that's the one. Alright. Let's check on this thing. No, it's not what I want. There we go. Yep. Alright. Boogners. I've had a couple of Bogners before. They burn many amps. Oh, you bastard. Much better. 240 volts, yes. The good thing about 240 volts, of course, the higher the voltage, the less current drop that you get, the less heat generated in that in lines and whatnot over longer runs, which is quite nice. You can use thinner conductor and all the rest of that, but of course, more likely to get shocked and hurt. That's why, if ever you've seen it, it's kind of interesting when you see high voltage DC transmission lines are like 50,000 volts DC, but 50,000 volts, that high voltage can run them down there. The losses are far better, and you don't have to worry about like losing signal via AC and all the rest of that, which is kind of cool. That high watt, nice. Can't probably test it tomorrow due to neighbours. Bugger. I've actually got to install my I've got a Torpedo VB101 from sort of when I was doing more recording of that, and I had amps. I'm going to install it here and use it for like long cycle testing and that, because they were good because they had just a resistive load inside of there. So if I run an amp in through that, then because it's also got the digital outs, I can basically plug it into the laptop and just record the signal to make sure over a long period of time that it sounds the way it does. Looking forward to the demo, yes. High watts are interesting amps. Sweet. Yeah, I know, right? Imagine a power supply that doesn't suck. Totally wild, I know. Alright, so I've got to do the ground connection on that one. Okay. So, new caps, those caps there. The only thing I'm going to do on this one still is the transformer and the rectum fryer, which I will do those when those parts arrive. Awesome. Cool. So this one can now bugger off over onto the shelf. Come on, you. I'll move on to the next one. Stay. Alrighty. Okay. Now, they can go into the bin. Open that. Look, genuine old worn out caps. I sell them for 20 bucks a piece online, because undoubtedly some mouth breathe would want them. One thing about in the 60s and 70s I've learned is it was okay to get hammered on the job as long as you didn't miss work. Yeah, I mean, you could drink and drive too. A lot of stupid stuff you could do back then. There's a reason why we had to introduce a lot of laws, because it was like, oh no, it's alright, it's fine, you know, just, you know, I had a couple of tinnies before I went out and drove, I didn't crash or anything. You know, even when I got into the workforce 23 years ago, something like that, the lunchtime beer was still a thing. You know, you went out, you had you know, even like when I was working in sales, it was perfectly fine and acceptable. You went out there and you had lunch and you had a beer with it and that. 60 bucks each, exactly. You know, genuine tone snot. I still can't believe some of the things that people sell for the prices they do. I'm just like, oh my god, no. Stop. Stop it. Alright, so that one is dealt with. So the next one will be this one. Blues Junior! Blues Junior, Blues Junior. Right, take the sticker off because we don't need to see the customer information. There we go. There we go. So yeah, of course, always got to work on at least one Blues Junior. I don't get much else around these parts because, you know, Brad gets all the fancy amps, and I get occasional ones coming through here that are mainly just sort of like your run-of-the-mill things. So Blues Junior 3 there. Now this one is going to be fun and easy because it's just a standard, you know, got to go out there and do all the regular upgrades and bits and bobs, because this one came in and the output tubes were blown. Well, not actually blown, they were destroyed, they were cracked, smashed. And like all of them, it's got leaky caps. Spoke to the customer, he was all hunky-dory with it, so we're just going to pull the caps out, put in the new ones, put in the new output tubes and the likes as well. There we go. Come on. put out 500 videos on doing Blues Junior repairs. Always the same things, but yeah, people would watch them. Last one. Sweet. Into the magnetic bucket. I got a lot of different amps, funnily enough. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't see all too many at the moment. Reasons and things and whatnot. Most of the ones I see are all pretty common when they do come by. Yeah, like, God, let's say Classic 30, Blues Junior, Marshall JCM 900. Yeah, and business is quiet, unfortunately. I still get people who don't know that the store exists or that I'm here or anything else like that, so gotta do more sort of spreading the word, as it were. Been doing this for 6 years, but when you move the shop as many times as I have, it starts affecting where people know you are. Alright, rotate those all over. And of course, can't lose little collar things there. The amount of these amps that come in missing those, and the customer's like, oh, why does it need a replacement pot? Well, because there's no strain relief there, and when you knock the top of that knob, you're literally just smashing the pot into the back of itself. And they're off. I have to go wash my hands and my face in a minute. Yep. Cute. Alright, let's do it. There's also another thing about them that's kind of annoying, right? So when they make them at factory, they put the foil on the rear panel, right? So they put the foil on that part. Put the foil on, and then they just punch the blunt screws through, and what ends up happening is you end up with these shards of foil inside of the amp chassis. Yeah, I'm sure. I know Brad's seen it more than once, where you get like a bit of that foil trapped under somewhere and it ends up shorting. It's annoying. I've seen this movie too many times. Yeah, that's what I mean. You're the grandmaster of amp techs these days, so you don't have to deal with what us plebeians have to deal with now. Don't have to worry so much about fixing bloody Blues Juniors and Hot Rod Deluxes. You get all the nice fancy amps. The vintage bits of kit. The ones where people spend money and not complain quite so much. Well, one would hope so anyway. Not always the way it goes, but sometimes. Okay, cool. Good there. There we go. Alright. Come. You've done your fair share. Indeed, you have. As have I. But yeah, I get the Sisyphean task of doing them over and over and over again. I don't mind, honestly. You know, stuff like this, you can almost zen out to them. It's like, oh yeah, I know the problems. You don't have to think about it. You just go, yep, cool, there we go, thank you. It's almost like a flat rate charge now. I charge for them. Someone comes in, oh yeah, it's going to have this, this, and this. That's going to be your bill. Thank you. Oh. It's not like when someone brings in a synthesizer and it's just like, open up your wallet. Thank you. Oh, a Blues Junior. There has to be a reason I found you guys, and so grateful for that. Oh. Yes, Blues Junior, one of the biggest selling amps, you know, ever manufactured for, you know, on the tube side of things anyway. Still gotta finish editing and uploading that bloody video actually on the Blues Junior's amps. Fender's deceptive practices. Hot Rod Deluxe has paid off my car. Honestly, if I could get more of them through so I could pay the bills, I'd be oh so grateful. You know, if I could just spend like 8 hours a day, you know, working on amps like this, I could probably pay the bills. But unfortunately, don't have quite that much coming through. Bills are too damn high. Man, am I missing a screw? I'm probably missing a screw, aren't I? Oh, yes, yeah, there it is. Always forgetting one. My car's currently in a bit of a state. The old Honda Jazz does what it needs to do. Rusty and crusty. So many cable ties. Right now. I haven't seen a Hot Rod Deluxe or Blues Junior for months now. I think the guitar shops sat kids down in front of the videos and said, do this. Sent them out the back room, constant flow of them. I don't know, man. You know, you're in the same realm now as Lyle. Yeah, you've got the good stuff coming through now. So you don't have to worry about that kind of stuff. You've done your time, you've done enough of them. Come on. Oh my god. I hate quick connects with a passion. Annoying bloody things. Right, there's one of the pliers. There we go. Hefty boys. Yeah. See, some of the ones I can get them out without having to disconnect all of them, but this one is not one of them, so I'm gonna have to disconnect all of it. Good stuff like mics and mixers and bloody keyboards. Dude, I love keyboards. They're brilliant. I make bank on them. They're the only thing I do make bank on. So in your case, you take on all the bloody crap. You take on all the bloody insane jobs. I mean, you could just like turn them all away now. You can be selective. You're always wanting a bloody challenge. You always want to challenge yourself rather than just taking the easy route now. You've earned it. You just like chill out now. Still need to fix the guitar and leave the amps to you guys. Yeah, but see, Brad and I are both insane that we both do guitars as well. Except I'm backing off of a lot of that. I don't have enough space to do a lot of things now. And guitar customers are just annoying. You always want 1,000,001 things, and then you so many things can pop up and go wrong. Okie dokie. Rev E. Alright. Just cut them all out. Cut. I totally should have done this before, but my brain ain't fully with it today. That's not me. There we go. Every single time someone comes in, my Blues Deluxe, my Hot Rod Deluxe, whatever, it's humming, it's making noise, and always guarantee it's going to be these bloody caps. This one's only about 8 or 9 years old, and it's already losing its guts everywhere. It's like now I don't even bother questioning. It's just like, yeah, no, here it is. This is the problem. Come on. Sweet. Now I can actually get my finger in there. There we go. Excellent. Okie dokie. Fresh soda. That's weird. These legs weren't actually bent over. Huh. Two years old and already splooging. That's awful. You know, because of that, that's why people think automatically that all IC caps are bad. And it's like, no, there's plenty of them out there that have lasted forever. Take a look at anybody PV amp. They're out and about for a long time. It's just Fender specking out the absolute cheapest royal shit they can. Original caps in the 65 basement here aren't leaking. Yeah. Prevent of the shows, decline of Fender. Yeah. Well, you know, when Bill Schultz and all that team went off and, you know, bought them and that, there's so much bloody investor money there. And they've been bought out now by a private equity group and various other factors. That's why they're doing so much to, like, screw over their dealers and that, because they just want every dollar they can in their own pockets. They just want massive growth as quick as they possibly can to pay back all the debts that they have. I'd say we're basically in CBS era 2. It's certainly not ideal, but whatever. Sweet. Alrighty. Caps are right there. I do have a Gibson amp that was my father's that I'd like to send a lottery recap and make safe. If you'd want to do it, never been touched, turned on because I know it needs a recap. 47 or 48. Old school. Gibson amp's one of those things, they were weirdly designed. They sound really weird. Can't wait for people to react to the modern internals of the Tweed amp that I'm building. Oh, it's not point-to-point, oh, it's not hand-wired. Meanwhile, on the flip side of the same token, oh, the new Mesa amps, oh, yeah. Let's see. There it is. Desolder braid. God, that jack is munted, as we say in Australia. See, it's our job as manufacturers and the likes to tell people what they want and what they're going to get. Just got to beat the propaganda from the other side. $36. Oh, nice. That's right, the EH150. What's his name? Josh Homme from the Queens of the Stone Age used one of them. He used it live too. It's kind of wild. PCB 5A3. Sounds like some bloody Star Wars character. Shut up, Stomach, I will feed you at some point. There we go. Okay, I should be good now. There we go. Roy Clark played it. Nice. That's kind of cool. Okey-dokey. Yeah, some of the late 40s, early 50s stuff's kind of cool. They're unique. I like a unique sounding amp. I don't like everything. Honestly, I find most of the AB763s to be, they're okay, but I don't like get like the huge hype behind them in the same kind of way. Oof. But, you know, it's one of those things. I like interesting, different sounding amps. I like weird things. But there are amps where you can get like a similar sort of tone without having to like have weird sort of sacrifices or weird sort of design quirks they did. A lot of those old Gibson amps are almost like the different day of the week. There was one I worked on which did a 240 volt conversion on, which was an Epiphone pacemaker. But it was it was a very uncommon one, like from a tail end of production or something, which was a Class AB output, 10 watts from a pair of 6 AQ5s, but with like a sort of brain work, like a junior style, a champion style front end, but with like a paraphase driver. Paraphase? Oh, I can't remember. Split load bloody driver for the phase inverter using a 6AV6. It sounded cool as hell. Didn't have trem or any of that kind of stuff. One of the oldest videos on my channel. 46 Gibson with a pentode front end. That's cool. See, stuff like that doesn't exist here unless it was imported much, much later. The earliest amps we got were weird old Aussie ones that were basically converted radios. that's about as far as we got with a lot of that stuff. And I've got a stack of those old Aussie amps here in the shop. And they suck. They're weird. They sound odd. Unique, but I don't know. I don't quite dig them. What on earth? Peculiar. Oh, peculiar. The most exciting part of it all, desoldering pads. Get to see the back of my head. I just focus on doing the job here. Farfist 2x8. Oh yeah, that's right. A history lesson, something. 48 phone Zephyr and 51 Teleclone. Nice. I went on a really weird sort of like deep dive last night. I was really bored, and I was like looking at how like 1920s radio and all that worked, the old 3-dial receivers and stuff like that. I was like, man, imagine like literally within a few years of that, you had the first people starting to bring out stuff that, you know, for amplification, and someone used them on a guitar, and then the rest is history. Okay, so those caps are out, that jack is out. Cool. Alright, let's clear the splooge off the board and change those bloody screen grid resistors too. Where's me razor blades? Sweet. Nice. There we go. Old silicone removed. They just decided to play his last patch that he was whining about a musician he didn't like. Nice. Les Paul jammed a phono stylus in the top of his guitar and plugged it into his radio. Yes, he did. The man was an absolute mad lad genius, you know, coming up with things like, you know, multi-track recording and all the rest of that, getting in with Ampex to sort out that kind of stuff. You know, what he did with his guitars, low impedance pickups, all that kind of jazz. It's absolutely wild. It's like his original, you know, his original gold top, his like #1 in that got sold a little while ago. You know, before Ray Butts came up with the, you know, the Filtertron, before, what's his name, Seth Lover came up with the Gibson humbucker. He was putting dummy coils in the guitar, so he had the P90 type pickups in there with the dummy coils that rejected the hum. It was a well-known phenomenon back then. You used a humbucking coil, you know, buck the hum out of a, you know, receiver or something like that. And yeah, that's what he did. That's why he had big massive pickguard on his original one. He had the homemade vibrato, whatever you want to call it, that was on there too. Yeah, he was absolute genius. And his original, what he wanted for the original Les Paul was a solid maple guitar, because he wanted it dense and heavy. So the denser and heavier it was, you know, more likely to resonate and ring out, because the strings back then were round core, flat wound strings that had an envelope that went boom. Solid mahogany, solid maple guitar with a headstock with an angle like that on there, with those strings, when you had a guitar that he wanted to plug into direct into a console with very little gain and very little stuff there, would give you a guitar that actually had sustain. That's half the reason why the guitar is designed the way it is. But Gibson, being a very conservative traditional company, didn't want an all maple guitar. It wasn't what the jazz guys wanted, so they put the maple top on there and they hid it under the binding, and they made no mention of it in any of the material. The Les Paul Custom was all solid mahogany, but the standard was a maple top. They didn't make any note of it whatsoever, because they didn't want to freak out the jazz guys. And that was like the compromise that they did with Les Paul, and why it ended up the way it did. And he was always tinkering things, always wanting to change stuff, nothing was ever set. Nothing was ever set in stone with that man. Yeah, that's why the Les Paul was designed the way it was, and that's why it was out of fashion and all that by the late 50s, early 60s, and none of the players that you really knew from the 50s really played a Les Paul. They played a Strat or a Telly or like a big hollow body. Les Paul was just a flop, a failure of a guitar. Cool. Alright, let's clear off those pads and get some new caps in there. Okay. Now, where'd my brush go? There it is. What's funny is Les Paul amps have absolutely no clean headroom. Yeah. A lot of amps back then didn't either. That's the wild thing. So people would, you'd turn them up to a certain point, you'd use the guitar to pull it back so they didn't distort, and they didn't want that distortion, which is why the smaller, cheaper amps would break up easier. Because it was designed that way, so they would break up because, no one would possibly want this nasty, distorted, fuzzy type tone. So we'll put it in the cheap amps, and we'll put all the design in there so that the big amps, they're the big clean ones. Clear off all the excess flux. Make sure everything looks all good while we're in there. No bad joints or anything. Nah. A little bit more punk there still. Sweet. Roy and Chet. Nice. Chet Atkins was another main player. He was awesome. Chet Atkins, certified guitar player. Now, I am going to use some different caps this time around. Why? Because I picked up a bunch of them from CE when I placed in my last order. I'll give them a try this time around. But there we go. Where did this go? What to do with it? No, that's not it. There's my notebook. There it is. I'll use these ones. Sorry for all the off-topic randomness. There's nothing wrong with that. Off-topic is fun. It's what I do half the time. Get into random random bouts of random factualness. Okie dokie. No, where are we? There we go. Spin, spin, spin. Now I got the Les Paul Trio and Bing Crosby stuck in my head. Not the worst thing in the world, but... There's my isolators. very good luck with the MODs. Yeah, I've heard, that's why I grabbed a couple. I want to give them and see what they're about. TADs are good as well. I've got them. TAD is good, more expensive here. No, they're both about the same price here in Australia anyway. Yeah, we get screwed on price in general here. Everything's more expensive. Yeah, what I'll end up doing, because I've still got a bunch of 47 microfarad not TAD, the other ones, F&T caps. So I'm going to do something some people may not like, but I honestly don't give 3/5 of a rat's ass, because I know they're both good, and I'm going to put in some F&T cap and some MODs. You know, there we go. MOD doesn't have to have an Australian one, yeah. MOD, just get them through CE typically. But TAD, anyone can get them easily enough. And yeah, that's why good old, what's he, what are they called? Wagner, that's it. V-shape, low voltage stuff. I use pretty much whatever I've got on hand for low voltage. Low voltage, V-shape, Matsushita, Nichicon, United Chemicon, Rubicon, any of them, pretty much. Doesn't really matter. I got like boxes of them here too. Stacks and stacks of them. Mainly because I got so many of these synth things to deal with. Okay, I gotta do the bloody what's these screen grids? Which ones are the screen grids on these again? It's 34 and 33, isn't it? Is it? No, it's grid stopper. Nichicon radials. I'd marry them if I could, would you? Would you really? No, because we're going to change them, aren't they? You go there and that. Okay. 35 and 36 is the ones. Read the bedtime stories before I leave the shop. Look at that overhead nose view. Yeah, I know, right? Do you want hentai? Because that's how you get hentai. Oh. Right, we've now ended up in that realm. We just came back from Japan. Come on. Let's not remind us about it too much, huh? Alright. Show us that watch up close. I already have showed it. I was looking at it before. It's exciting stuff. Look, it's a watch. There we go. Right in. It's got modes. Who'd have thunk, huh? Go on, switch over. Look at that. Times and days, an alarm. Timer and a stopwatch. There we go. Sleep. Oh, that's when I was walking to the shop. Oh, right, there we go. Yes, no. Lyle saw it, I was like, hey, nice watch. And I'm like, thank you, it is. Alright. Gotta change those screen grid resistors as well, because 100 ohm is not good. Is that solar? No. It's just a regular battery. Yeah, it'll get changed out at some point in the future, as they all do. Over here. So many. Those legs aren't going to fit through there, are they? All us cool techs have G-shocks. Yes, you guys do, and even dorky techs like me have one. Mom thinks I'm cool. Yeah. Probably best not to talk about my mother right now. Where is it? Yes, yes, yes. There's that one. He's looking. Forgot to bring green tea to work. How could you forget that, man? Always need green tea on hand. Okay, where are you, FileZilla? I need some schematics because my brain is not working right now. There we go. Okay. Stop asking me to update FileZilla. I will never update. I'm a big fan of hojicha and genmaicha. Hojicha is roasted green tea, and genmaicha is like roasted brown rice green tea. Okay, seriously. Let me actually, let's see, enable scrolling, thank you. Yeah, it is 35, 36. Cool. Yeah, Japanese coffee is a terrible thing. That's the one thing that's going to suck about living over there is the coffee. Maybe I'll just open up a cafe over there. You know, doing like Aussie style, you know, proper coffee. I haven't updated file. I never update FileZilla. It goes in, and until I upgrade my computer or whatever else like that, I do not update it. I don't change it. I refuse to. I'm sure there's a logical reason why. I just can't remember why that was. There's some reason. Worse than bloody GIMP. I wouldn't know because I use Adobe. Because I am an absolute glutton for punishment. And because that's what I was taught on. Yeah, I'm an elitist snob. I've got an iPhone, I've got an iMac, I use bloody Adobe, I've got Sony. You know, all gear, no idea. No, I will not update it. In the same way, I'll never pay for WinRAR. Ah! Howdy, howdy. Got all the good techs coming in here. Get on the matcha train. I did get on the trains when I was in Japan. I am that much of a, a nerd. I went to the Kyoto Train Museum. It was cool. Got to see one of the original N0 Shinkansens. Man, like, they designed that with, like, next to nothing. It's absolutely insane. Like, just so cool. Seeing it up close, like, damn. Damn, boy. Okay, there we go. Sweet. Watching me suffer. Yeah. My life is suffering. It is existence at its finest point. Oh no, too cool. I mean, it could be worse. I could be suffering through doing a one of the synths I got here, old 80s digital jobby. Oh, that one's going to be fun. Going to be fun indeed. Stay, get in there. Train orders. Yeah, I know. I'm a basic bitch, alright? There we go. Everyone knows when you get diagnosed, you get given one of 5 particular hobbies that you're interested in. That's it. I don't make the rules, okay? Watching you guys say me buying crap from my son, but he did just buy a Fender Rumble. Ah, bugger. And look, that's kind of what we want to aim for. That's why we share the information we do, because it's not because we want to shit on anything, it's because we don't want people to buy stuff that they spend hard-earned money on to get screwed on. You know, it's just, yeah, people don't have a huge amount of money and you want the best thing that's possible. There's some really cheap stuff out there that's really good, and I love recommending it. And that's why I was kind of sad when I had to shut down all my dealerships, because I couldn't make money out of it, because I liked showing people what was available, what was interesting, what was cool, what was reliable they may not have thought of. But, you know, such life. Who wants to see my tired, melty face? I don't know, man. Some people might. You know, they connect with the persona and the face. You know, I mean, they're looking at me right now. That's, you know, that's got to be a bit scary. As long as you don't expect it to last forever. What? Huh? Oh, I get it. AVE vibes happening there with the face mystery. I can dent things with my eyes too. Well, I was the only one. Hard off money. The beefy forearms. Well, and I mean, this is all that's left of my muscles and that. If you guys have ever heard of a years ago over in the US, you guys would have known them as Thunder from Down Under. In Australia, we knew them as Manpower. They were basically a bunch of, like, you know, burlesque dancer guys and that, and I played in a band with the dude and, you know, trained with him, did all that kind of stuff, and the whole point of the band was that I didn't always look like a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man wrapped in more despair. I used to be a pretty looking dude. Yeah, he gets them. Yeah. Move pianos too. Stop. I got 2 CP70s over there. Seriously, they're nightmarish things. The one thing you won't see me doing is you'll never see me do a blues guitar face, because I can't stand that shit. Oh, every time I see Jared James Nichols pop up on, like, Instagram or something like that when I'm doing a business post, and I'm seeing him do... It's like, oh, please, no. God, no. I don't know whether it's like a neurotypical thing or something, but I can't. I know I can't. Oh, it's like, it's cringe-inducing to a major point. I can't do it. There we go. Come here. I've got two CP70s. Yes, I do. One of them I'm going to sell for parts, and the other one I'm just going to quickly get someone to come out and do a service to, just so I can try and clear it out for a budget price. Been trying to find a bloody roads for one of my regular customers, but haven't had any luck with that, which is a pain in the ass. You never look good because you're a redhead. I don't know, man. How many hot redheads are there out there? Granted, most of them are women, or, you know, royalty, but, yeah, a bit of a chance there. The jazz guys are almost bad. No, but see, the jazz guys, like, they're going 50-50 into it. Like, you got the George Benson face, that's kind of cool, like the... Like, that's alright. Then you got the real stoic ones that just, like, kind of stand there and they're just, like, so focused on what they do. But it's like, it's the white guy blues faces. The ones that look like they're trying to pass a kidney stone. That. And, like, every muscle of their body is moving just for doing, like, a quarter tone bend. It's like, Bedrooms with mirrors freak you out. I mean, bedrooms with mirrors probably also freak you out because, like, who wants to see their own ass moving in a mirror? No thanks. I'll pass on that one. Guess this work will do that. You guys really get me into the misery. Not for the faint of heart, for sure. Nah. This is one of those, like, jobs where, you know, you can make a few dollars out of it. Mainly because there's not many of us left in the industry here, at least in Australia. It's also interesting, you know. Do you think most of us techs are neurotypical? I mean, yeah, there's a lot that are, but the rest of us obviously are completely bloody, you know, somewhere on the spectrum or have something going on. I know I do. Neuro-exceptional. Yes, there we go. That's actually an interesting way to put it. I like that. Saying I'd swing for Prince Harry, well, yeah, I mean, of course, but just remember, who's the pitcher and who's the catcher? You know, surely in this day and age you can get something out of him, you know. Go in there, rock the socks, rock the bed of a royal. You know, get a good quality payout from it so you don't say anything to the tabloids. That's what it's all about. Just have to make sure that you don't get in the back of a Mercedes. Bedrooms with mirrors showing you would also freak me out. Yes. There's nothing worse than when you look in the mirror and the person in the mirror is already disgusted and isn't actually you. See, I wish I could crank up an amp at the end of the day and all that jazz, but I don't even have any space to put my guitars or anything anymore. I finish up, I go home, and I gotta cook, and I gotta deal with all that. One day. Alrighty. Yes. For those who haven't seen it previously, these are lead forming pliers. Got mine courtesy of Brad. Thank you much, Lee. They come in handy all the time. And they just help to put a little bit of a kink there in the leads. That way you can raise the components off the board and have some mechanical connections as well, so don't stress out the solder too much. That will mess it up, you know. Get in there. Get the hole. Yep. Thank you. Irishman's. Like a champion. There we go. Come on. Bastard. Go flip it down. There we go, that's better. I have severe ADHD. I don't care about not offending myself with labels. Yeah, you know, I'm ADHD and apparently autistic. Going through the diagnosis and all the rest of that. It's like, oh, that explains so much. Huh. Who'd think? I got woken up by a fucked up nightmare this morning at 4 a.m. Couldn't get back to sleep. I just remembered it was possessed acoustic guitar. A possessed acoustic guitar is what woke you up. Alright, right on. Main reason I'll never be rich, I can't stand sitting in the back seat. In fact, I insist on driving. Yeah, I don't mind sitting in the back seat. Sometimes it's nice just to have someone else do the work for you. Fortunately, one of the things you can fixate on is PCB design. Yeah! Hyperfixation, PCB layout, go! Skookum pliers. I don't think they're doing them anymore. There's going to be someone who makes them. There's someone else who's going to do them. Guarantee it. Okay, there we go. Alright. Clippity clip. Clippity clop, clippity clop. Look at my hooves. Look at my hooves. Main amp is a VT22. Whoa. You wake up the dead with that thing. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Come on. There we go. That's power going. There we go. That's right. Sweet. Okay. Screen grids are now upped and they're raised off the board. Normally I would have put 1K resistors in there, but apparently I am out of stock of the ones that will fit that size, so I had to go for 470. But, yeah, obviously a massive improvement over the 100 ohm ones that are in there. I can't fall asleep and I don't have any way to listen to a documentary. I design an amp in my head from schematic to layout. That's not too shabby. I come up with all sorts of weird designs and that. Just thinking of things as like, how can I solve this particular problem? Oh yeah, that might work. Sleep 3 hours a day usually, man. If I'm not in bed by 9 o'clock, 9:30 at the latest, I will be up all night. My body automatically goes, oh, it's bedtime, off you go. And then the next morning, 6 a.m, I wake up, and then my alarm goes off a little bit after that. Which is weird, because when I was a teenager, nope, it was never happening like that. My biggest mental issue is incredibly bad memory. No shit! Found that one out in Japan. Come up with the best things right before you go to sleep. Yeah, it's like that classic, the classic joke or comic or various things that you see of it out there. It's like, getting absolutely high or almost falling asleep. Oh, the greatest idea ever, gotta write it down. You wake up in the morning and it's like, hamburger earmuffs. What the fuck was I on about? What the hell? What was I doing? That's right. I need it's elastic. I'm getting out of the big gun. I have a big old gun of it here because I use it. I fill up a syringe normally, but I've lost my syringe. It's gone missing. I have to replace that nozzle. Getting it loose. There we go. Oh. Why the hell do I have Psycho Killer by the Talking Head stuck in my head? I remember almost everything. Sometimes there's a delay between remembering and finding the words. Yeah. One of the connections with my autism is remembering things like in vivid detail and lots of them, which is why I remember so many random facts and other stuff and then details from my life. It's like, hey, remember that thing that you did, like when you were like you know, 20, and it was so, like, stupid. No one else remembers, but I do. I'll never forget. Thing like getting into arguments with people, it's like, no, it was this. Like, no, it's not. Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. It's like, I know it is. Just a wee bit. Don't need to do too much. Sweet. My wife is ADHD, AUDHD, yes. Both seem very similar personality-wise. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those sort of odd things, you know. I think part of mine as well is that my personality is very different now to when I was younger. Long story short, had a psychotically abusive ex and various other things, which basically sort of brought a lot more of, me out, because that sort of thing that I had where I was able to, like, what they call mask. I didn't realise I was doing it, but I was doing it. And, yeah, then a lot more sort of like, the underlying things came out. That was fun. Stay. There we go. MODs. See how they go. Padunk. Stay. Shut up, stomach. It's not an amp you can rectify. Had it gone over 10 years ago, your schematics. People don't always understand the burdens of being right. No, they don't. And sometimes, like, I have to, like, bite my tongue as well, when it's like, okay, I know I'm right, but, this is not going to be worth the headache. I'll just shut the fuck up. It's like, fine, I'll let it go. I know I'm right. Ready. Get in there. There we go. Whew. I'm always unsure. I'm like that politician that takes all the questions on notice. But see, the politician takes questions on notice because they know the answer. They just don't know how to word it in a way to get them to shut up. Yeah, I always got told growing up and that, you shouldn't be so egotistical and all the rest. That's like, I'm not egotistical. It's just I'm smart. I know my brain. I know things. I just want to, it's okay. I learn things quickly. That's my thing. That's why they put me up a year at school. Not that I ever got to finish high school. One day I'll finish off education. Someday. I mean, technically I don't actually even have a Year 10 certificate. I have nothing. I don't think I even finished primary school either. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm usually 97% accurate. Yeah, unless I say it out loud or I'm tired, that shit drops percentage a lot. Unless I'm speaking with a Luddite. Oh, God. So many guitarists, especially, that are like so confidently wrong. It's amazing. What kills me is when you're talking to someone and you just know they're not listening to a fucking word you're saying. Yes, all the bloody sales reps that come here. There's a reason why sales reps stopped coming to see me. Well, one in particular. I don't take people's shit. I don't want to hear the bullshit. Not that it matters anyway, because I'm not buying anything from anyone anymore. My dealerships are cancelled because there's no money to be made in that stuff, but, second-hand and vintage, yeah, bit more there. Bit easier. Just tuned in. Hey all, at this stage I'd like to thank Fender for inadvertently supplying all these amp tech channels enough content via bad build practices to justify existing. Thank you. Well, I mean, it's also, it's not like absolute catastrophic failure, it's more so here are a bunch of products that could be better, and they've just sold so many of them. That's it. It's like, yeah, I'm a big fan of the Car Wizards channel, same sort of deal. Certain things that you see regularly there because it's just so many of them that got sold. Working for a commission, all they care about. Yep. I got my advanced diploma in 7 weeks. God damn! I was working on an advanced diploma in electronic engineering, but I dropped out because business picked up and I started making a lot of money. I should have just stuck at the training. Oh, whatever. Let's actually switch back into this now. There we go away. That case can continue charging. Alright, that there. Boy, I go there, and then into do. Test 1 2 1 2. Hey, can we hear me? Can we hear me now? I should be back now. You know? Test 1 2 1 2. There we go. Back to where we were before. Rock and roll. Okay, so that's done, that's done. There in there, that's fine. Let's clean up my mess. Good old isopropyl. It's not the kind of booze you can drink, unfortunately. That's what I've got to do as well. I've got to put in the lacquer, that thing. Fly leads for the jack. Red for hot, blue for ground. Stay, and a red one. Cool. Alright. That one and that one. There we go. Now, where did the thing go? I just had to do there it is. Now, while I'm fiddling with these things, if you haven't already, I'm going to do the, smash the like button, hit subscribe, don't forget to put the bell notification on, because despite the fact that people like myself and Brad and Lyle may absolutely hate it when people do it, it actually does work, There's a reason why they teach you certain things in sales and marketing, even though it may absolutely rob your soul of any dignity. It's because it works for the average person, Almost midnight. Dude, go to bed. Thank you for coming along, as always. Then go this way. Okay. Then once I've bolted this one back together, I will need to go find some lunch. And then deal with some messages and emails and stuff like that. I got a guy who's Explorer that I'm refretting that's giving me absolute hell, and it's just taking way longer than it should to get done, because every time I get a little bit further through it, something goes wrong, and I'm like, Absolute stress galore. Cool. Alright. Sweet. Alright, so that's there. Resistors be dead. Caps are in place, they're fine. Cool. Alright, let's get this all in place, eh? Get the wee bastard. There we go. Come on, there we go. In we get. Sweet. Okay. There we go. Nice. No. I'm not sure if I want to build up my channel. Honestly, the main reason why I'm doing it is because I need more business, but also, you know, I want to make money out of this. I like money. I like money a lot. It's one of those things. You always like things that you don't have. And look, you can make a couple of bucks out of, you know, ad revenue and various things, you know. I'll follow Brad's once I get more in the swing of, you know, doing more regular content and set up like their subscription things and all that kind of jazz. Get more regular content happening. Yeah, be like the anti, like, you know, the anti channels that do all the, oh, this is amazing, this is great, oh, this is amazing. More so like, here is something through a critical eye, but also still having it like, you know, a bit more kind of positive overall. But, you know, something shit. It's like the, you know, a couple of videos I did previously in the tones and teardowns things. They did very, very well. And people liked them because, you know, I was, you know, said my thoughts on the products, but also looked at them a bit more critical. You know, pull them apart, look right inside. Another Blues Junior, of course. You know, a tech of my caliber, I only get the finest amps in here, you know. Blues Juniors and Hot Rod Deluxes. And a bunch of old synths as well. So the synth's kind of cool. Okay. Should be one more. Where is it? There's the bloody one. There it is up there. Success. Excellent. Man, I don't want to invest in video crap. I'm old. Honestly, it is so much easier than you think it would be. I've got a bunch of equipment here just because, like, you know, it's stuff that I've done previously, so, you know, it's kind of what I know. But I could just as easily make something akin to this with just a laptop, a phone, and a cheap DSLR or Handycam. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. The main thing people want is they want, you know, good personality, good bit of content, good information, good lighting, and good audio. You can do a lot with just, you know, just a bit of lighting, a bit of audio to make sure it doesn't, like, sound and look like absolute junk. Oh, sinuses. Not bad, just cheaply made. I mean, they're not even like the cheapest made amps. They're made okay. It's just design-wise, there's shortcomings. And every revision, they seem to carry those shortcomings over to the next revision rather than actually fixing it. Certainly not ideal, but, you know, it is what it is. Let's get that out of the way there. They can go back here. fixing up the bloody lead dress. Make less crap. And then the red one goes up to there, like so. Excellent. Old Harvard Fender Reverb. Fender, like one of the solid state Harvards. All good. Sorry, just one. That one went scan. Sorry, let me just quickly print out the receipt. Just remembered. Yep. 1 second. Where is it? No. Let's see. Where is it? Where do you send it? No.
Lucky it's not raining now.
Where's the thingy? That goes hold on, there goes that one. Nope. There we go, that's the one. Sweet. Up there. Command P. Print. M6. There we go. 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 There we go.
Can you open a little bit?
Sure. Okay. That goes over there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Okie dokie. Oh, I am back. I've returned. Oh, there we go. Whew. Now, where was I? That's right, putting this back in place. Out of the way there, come on. That can go there. That goes there. This one and this one. Cool. In there, and then that one too. Come on. Mouse barrel. Ah, yeah. What have I got over here? Let's see, what are the stats got to say? 12 people watching. Nice. Now, what can I get? Now, don't care about that, don't care about that. Oh, Brad, that Mesa rig, I saw it. It popped up in one of my feed recommendation things as well, and I was just like, "Are you absolutely kidding me? Like, nobody needs that much guitar rig. Not even like pro touring bands need that much guitar rig. It's pointless. It's stupid. It's so bad." Oh my god. Okay, get in the hole. Yeah, I'll get up in there. There we go. That's the one. Up in there. Excellent. Boggles the mind why they don't just use inferior components and charge a little bit more. I think most want quality. Well, yes and no, because the average buyer is uneducated, not switched on quite so much. To them, the price is the final factor. You know, when you're making something like this in the order of like 1,000, 10,000 a month or whatever, you cut $1 off the bill of materials cost. Well, that's $1,000 a month over 12 months. So that's 12,000 odd dollars there, just for cutting like $1 off the bill of materials on something like that. It's a lot. A lot. Okay. Now, I need my jacks. Where's the jacks gone? There we go. So this, which is an isolator, and then I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Now, long barrels, there we go. Come here. Oi. Bastard. Bastard, come here. Come here. There we go. Oh, I'll pick it. Alright. Now what I'm going to do as well is, I'm going to change out the input jack. Because the ones that come on here, they're just standard plastic box jack. They're prone to failure. However, you want to isolate it from the chassis, so that way you don't end up with a ground loop. Now, there's a couple of ways you can go about it, doing it in that. The way that I tend to do is use something like this, which is a like an isolator washer type thing. Fits in there nice and squarely, right? Put that in there, and then put one washer on the inside as well, like a fiber washer, like this. So put one of those in there too, but the problem is, when you do that, you suddenly get a really, like, a thick amount of, like, material you've got to try and get past. Your standard, like, open frame jacks, like these ones here, will tend to kind of struggle with that. So usually there's, like, a long barrel type one, like these, that you can also get. So if it doesn't fit all the way through there, you can get, like, the long barrel type ones like that, which if we take a look there, it's only like, a couple of millimeters longer, but that couple of millimeters makes all the difference. Oh, there I go. Now, where's my switch ones? Nope. Where are they? Success. Excellent. Here's the T-Rexes. Yes, stomach, I will feed you in a minute. Ow. Nope, not enough. Need more. You're right. Gotta do my day job. This is my day job, and my night job, and my morning job too. And once I finish up this one, I will go offline, go find some lunch. Yeah, go up to the 7-Eleven, go get a $5 lunch combo. Like being a tradie all over again. There we go. Get in there, you. What do you think? There we go. Excellent. All right. Vusha. Get in there. Wait a second there. Come on. Close. There we go. That's better. Much better. There we go. Nice. Excellent. That's a proper washer in there now. Cool. Let's put all the little things back. There we go. Actually, get these a bit of a clean. They're a bit dirty, aren't they? Just a little bit. There we go. Don't want to hand it back looking like I didn't pull it apart or do anything with it. Nice. That's one there. There we go. Excellent. You're back. Customers. Oh my god, you had customers. Wow. Lucky. Lucky. Did they buy anything? Or were they the kind of customers who just like wanted to talk your ear off? Oh, man. I would be gruntled if they used Furia components. But then if they didn't, they wouldn't have planned obsolescence. You know, the whole thing of people upgrading their guitar amps and all the rest of that every, like, year nowadays is kind of irksome. Things haven't really changed much ever since we got to a point where we can now freely switch between channels. It's not like it was in the, the early 90s where things were like, far more sort of Wild West, where you had like 2.5 channel amps or like part channel amps. Nowadays you can do everything with them. So what are you changing for? You're just chasing the same 5 tones. LR bags installation and some accessories. Nice. Alrighty. There's my brushy brush. There it is. Brushy brush. Come here. Wait. What do you think? Excellent. Excellent. Cable ties. I'll take cable tie that in a minute. Alrighty. Alright, make sure that I haven't wired anything backwards or done anything stupid. Nope, they're still fine. Flyback diodes are good. They're still fine. That's out of the way. That's okay. That's all fine. Cool. Alright. Let's put some tubes in there. Oh yeah. Come on. Here we go. And that one now. Stupid bloody retainer. New Wes catalogue tells me the KT120 is impervious to overload. Well, I mean, it doesn't take much to, like, blow them up given the fact that they are what they are. It's like the KT150s. You ever seen them? Ridiculous. Over the top. Stupid. Can't even get a proper data sheet for them. Bloody ridiculous, tell you what. Okay. There's 8 ohm load in there. 8 ohm, yeah. Okie dokie. Alright. Let's get some multimeters out. Start checking some things. Power up slowly, make sure I didn't blow anything up. Oh. Where are you going? Alrighty. Power on. Okay. And that looks so. Just keep on everything as we pair up. Plenty of everything back in, didn't I? Yep, good. That way. Turn it on. Yep. Reading about 33-ish volts where need be. Good-o. Think I took a nap. What'd I miss? Not much. Just wild ramblings as always. Nice. Sweet. Alright. So we're rocking and rolling on that, which is nice. Cool. Pew. Alright. Now to do the most exciting test in the world, SIGGEN test. Where to put the bloody thing? Nope. There you go. Yeah. I appear to be missing my test lead. What to do with the damn thing? Bloody hell. No. Nope. Seriously. I'm gonna have to make up a new one. How annoying. Little gel. Fine, I'll just do the old-fashioned way. Plug a guitar in. Oh, all right. Plug in the old Telecaster that just wishes for death. sounds like a Blues Junior, like a boxy bag of balls. Yeah, a bit scratchy on the pot. A couple of rotations, that's fine. I have played so little over the last while, it's beyond a joke. Yeah, it's working. Okie dokie. And what I shall also do, once I jump off, is put it through a bit more of its torch paces and that, run it through the dummy load for a while. Make it cook. So that way I can just make sure that at least everything is, you know, where it should be, that it's not going to go into sort of any weird issues with red plating on the tubes because they're shiny and new. Make sure that everything's all hunky-dory, make sure there's nothing microphonic or that. Yeah, that's about it for me this morning. Wow, is it really 3:30? Man, I've been going at this for a while. Yeah, so I'm going to wrap this one up, send this off for, you know, its own bits and pieces and the likes, and yeah, continue on with my bits and pieces. But thank you muchly for coming along as always, and I will probably be doing something akin to this again regularly now that I'm back and hopefully getting through some repairs and whatnot and figuring out kind of what the next steps are with everything that I'm sorting out. So yeah, so until the next time I see everyone, you know, thank you once again, you know, hit the like and subscribe button, all that kind of fun stuff, and yeah, I'll see you guys next time.